Test, test, test. Test, test, test.
Test. Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, gotta turn up your thing. Testing one two. Testing one two. Tell me when you can hear me.
No, nothing yet.
Testing one two. Testing.
Yep, here we go.
You good?
I can hear you.
All right. Okay. The good thing with this right now, like we are live, but is that we can clip this. So when we do the full interview, I'll clip it, send it to you, do whatever. Sound
Okay,
like good?
that works for me.
All right, you guys, we are live here. Once again, Nathan here, Dante from IOPS.ca, Empowering Indigenous Success. We got invited here by Muscogpeton First Nation here, and with Mike Adjicute. Did I say Adjicute?
Yeah, that works. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
fine with that.
Adjicute. And we're going to be live streaming here tonight their event that he's going to tell you about. So go ahead, man. I'll let you take it away.
No, thank you, Nathan, for doing this and providing a live streaming service for us here at Muscompeting. I know that that has been Chief Davita's commitment to our
Yeah.
membership is trying to do what we can to provide as many live streaming opportunities. And tonight, we're here to unveil some information about a chief who signed Treaty Number 4 in 1875. Of course, Treaty 4 itself, signed in 1874. Well, our Chief Cheekuk, signed at Adhesion on September 8th, 1875. So tonight, what we're doing here is we've gathered our community to come and have a nice dinner here at the Atlas Hotel and celebrate some of the findings that Joan Holmes and Associates have been doing for the last number of years.
Yeah.
We've asked them to take a good look into the history of Muscogpeting and to the history of our nation as a whole, right from signing to the transition of Cheekuk to Muscogpeting. There was a transition in there that a lot of people really don't know. As our treaty signature, Chief Cheekuk, was the one who signed treaty, but Muscogpeting is the namesake we carry today, and a lot of our members don't know what happened there. So part of that, part of Joan Holmes' research and that they've done is to try and explain that story. And tonight they're here to unveil some of those findings, but we also have a nice presentation that Anaquad Videography has put together that has
Yeah.
interviewed a number of our past leadership on their time in office and also on how they managed to address the Cheekuk and Muscogpeting issue. So tonight we've got two different products. One, a video from our leadership, previous chiefs and headmen and elders, and then we have some findings that Joan Holmes and Associates will reveal to our community.
And you yourself, you're a former chief of your reserve. So.
Absolutely, former
Yeah.
chief Muscogpeting, former headman Muscogpeting, and a former tribal chief. So no, I take this work very serious and quite passionate
Done
about it.
it all, this guy's been there, done that. So
Well, I
yeah.
do my part. I try
Yeah.
my best.
So you're running the ECDev section, you said, of Muscogpeton?
I sure am. I'm the CEO for Muscogpeting Soto Business Developments, and that's
Yeah.
the economic arm for our nation. And we've been trying in the last number of years to engage ourselves in different opportunities here in Saskatchewan. The last couple of years, we focused on infrastructure at home, putting together some projects that benefit our community from our school. Our powwow arbor is one that's exciting right now, as well as a service building that Chief DeVita and the council have prioritized right now. So we focused on infrastructure projects, but leaning towards heavily into business development. And right now, uh, participating in a number of different
Yeah.
procurement bids from Sask Power on wind and solar and all that stuff. So that's where we're trying to get engaged in.
You're always staying ahead of the game, and the reason I say that is Muscogpeton, we're back in the glory days, I guess, of COVID. You know, Starlink was kind of just starting, and I seen Starlink. I was like, man, Starlink's gonna change everyone's life, especially us First Nations. You know, especially in the northern communities. Actually, any community, because you know we got the worst of the worst broadband internet. Not even broad, it's just cheap. And I seen you guys partnered with Starlink, and then tell us something about that, because you guys, you know, even your Arbor. I want to talk about that, and we'll get back to Cheekuk here, but
Absolutely, yeah.
let's hear from that, and then we'll go to your arbor.
Absolutely. In 2022, Chief Tavita, again in the council, prioritized broadband communication as a priority in our community. Right now,
Yeah,
prior to that, our nation is secluded right in the Coppell Valley, so a
yeah,
lot of our
right in there.
homes are nestled along the hills, and that didn't allow us access to traditional internet service providers like SaskTel, TELUS, and whoever else is out there, Wood River, Xplornet. All those rural companies still had challenges in muscopeting. So when Starlink came out, we knew that it would serve our community given those hills and the geography. Certainly, it proved itself. We went into that with 8 megabits a second. Within 15 minutes of installation, we were well over 220 megabits. So that's 20 times faster
Yeah,
of an internet connection we had prior to Starlink. So we love it in Muscopeding. Our children love it. Our elders love it. Our school, everyone is certainly benefiting from that because an internet connection is key. It's no longer just a service or a luxury. It should be
yeah,
considered a utility, a necessary utility for everybody to use. And once you get an internet connection, your children can learn.
yeah,
Your people who have addictions, they can find help online. They can be paired with therapists or even doctors, whomever it may be. That's what an internet connection can do, especially our elders too. We'll have a 24-hour, 7 days a week emergency Wi-Fi for them to contact whomever they may need.
yeah.
So that's what a solid internet connection does, and we're happy to have it in Muscopeding. Every one of our homes has it. Our business offices have it. Our administration building. It's been quite successful, and we encourage every other community out there to do what you
To get
can
it. Yep.
to get Starlink for your children. My goodness, it's a quality of life changer, Nathan. That's what it is. So we've been fortunate to become a reseller of sorts for SpaceX and Starlink, and we're trying to prioritize the File Hills Coppell Tribal Council as our first sale, and there's 10 other nations under that umbrella that we'd like to service with this technology. Every one of our kids out there will benefit. So we have a couple of meetings in the next couple of weeks here with the File Hills Coppell Tribal Council, and hopefully be able to pair every one of those communities too.
I hope so because I agree. Everyone needs to be connected. It's not a want anymore. It's a need. And I use internet. I use Starlink to broadcast all powwows or wherever I am when I go to the communities because I know I'm not even touching their internet because it's just not going to work. So I use Starlink all the time, and I always tell everyone, I was like, "How come you guys are not using Starlink? Like it's affordable, really. If you really look at it, it's tax free. I'm going to tell you guys right now. You send in your treaty card, you get it tax free. That's a big bonus. But I mean, overall, it's like so needed. So yeah, big shout out to you guys, man. That was huge when you
Hi,
guys
hi,
got.
yes. No, Chief
Yeah,
Tavita and the council, they prioritized broadband, and we'd like every other community to experience what our
yeah,
children do.
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
quality of life changer.
Exactly. Not like when we grew up. I remember internet first came out in 90. Wow, when I was in high school, 96. You first got it, and then it would just be like this,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
slow
that's
loading. Now
exactly.
it's like now, it's fast. But hey, congratulations to that. Now let's move on to the arbor. The arbor that's going to be
Can I go
good.
on?
Nope, sorry.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone.
Are
We're
we
gonna have some door prizes, but we have no
This one's on.
cards, so
There we go. So yeah, we're on there. So anyway, let's go back to your
Powwow Arbor?
Pow
Yes.
Arbor. Let's talk about that. You guys are ready to launch that.
Construction has just begun.
All right.
Again, back in 2022, I think I wanna say Chief Davida and the council prioritized our powwow community. For
Yeah.
number of years, we've had members pursue a powwow arbor, and I want to acknowledge Larry Anaquad in the past, who has done a lot of community powwows and done them out of our school. And
Yeah.
I think of those people, Ono Kiwiho and Jeff Capo's father, and all those old folks that did a lot of powwowing in their time. Well, we wanted to honor them and do something. So we got an architect, local one, told them our plan, our vision, what we wanted, and they put it together. They were able to enter it into some international competitions that we didn't know any of that. We didn't know those know-hows. We weren't doing it for that sake. We were doing
Yeah.
it because our community needed an arbor and move on to the next project. Well, this Powwow Arbor was successful in three different international competitions, and now we're quite excited about that. It won the highest honor at the Canadian Architect in 2022. It took the Community Award for North America at the Wholesome Foundation, which is a
Yeah.
large sustainable construction body. So only 4 applicants per continent are selected there. So 5 continents, 20 projects a year. Muscapine was one of those projects. So we're quite excited about that. Construction is beginning shortly, and it looks like we'll have our first powwow next year. So yeah,
Wow.
we fully plan to outfit that too with Starlink and SpaceX
There you go.
technology.
There you
That way,
go.
everyone who attends our powwow will have all streaming capability for
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. And that's the way it should be, man. Every powwow, if you guys are listening here and you're on a powwow committee, make sure you have Starlink. Make sure you have Starlink because a
Reach
lot of
out to us in
yeah,
Muscapine. We'll connect you,
yeah.
folks. Absolutely.
Because you get a lot of people that are always fighting over the tower. When you're there, at least with the Starlink, you can have everyone streaming or doing
Absolutely.
TikToks, like promoting your powwow every single weekend, right? So that's what it's all about.
We have one Starlink unit will be able to be paired with 20 individual devices, and none of those devices will be fighting for a broadband strength. They'll all have their own individual siloed broadband. So 20 devices per unit, it's certainly worth the investment. All your
Oh
children
yeah,
will love that. Your community members can do their online bingos right from home.
yeah.
Yeah,
So what else do you like? I'm like two big things right there. Obviously Starlink working with Starlink, and Starlink even tweeted their
that's
partnership. But
right.
that was pretty
Elon
cool.
Musk was
Yeah.
the one who
I call him I
retweeted.
call him Uncle Musk.
Uncle Musk. In Muscapine, they call me Mr. Musk
Ah.
myself. No, I'm just kidding.
But
Just
yeah, I mean,
kidding.
it's still cool, right? And then obviously the award-winning Power Arbor, which I'm excited to see. And what else do you guys have coming on that you can actually talk about?
There's a couple of projects that we have to keep quiet just by NDAs and
Yeah,
such, but we do have a couple of announcements that will be coming to our nation in the next couple of weeks, and we're quite excited about that because the provincial government has prioritized Indigenous ownership on all of its renewable projects, and that
yeah,
means nations now have to be owners. We're no longer just partners, we're owners in the project. So that's what the environment here in Saskatchewan is moving towards, and we are planning to capitalize on all of that, participating in wind, solar, everything that's coming down Sask Power. We're looking at it. And so in other jurisdictions, Alberta, Manitoba, we're looking at different opportunities there. And I just returned back from Texas where we met with Governor Abbott to talk about international Native American tax incentives on projects in Texas. So these are some of the exciting things that we're working on here at MSBD, and hopefully some of these land for our community because all these revenues will go right directly to our infrastructure, our community programming that we have. That's why we do what we do. Try to
yeah,
bring the money back home for our community. But today, Nathan, why we're here is for us to showcase Chief Cheekuk and Chief Muscapeding and what the good work that Joan Holmes and Associates has done
yeah,
in the last number of years, and to share some of that information with us today. That's a great history that we need to know more about. And so tonight, Joan Holmes will Joan Holmes and Associates will present that, but also Anaquad Videography will have another good presentation on our past leadership and how we challenged and maneuvered through the questions around our heritage back then. So should be a good evening. We have a supper planned. We have Jeff Capel, Muscapine Zone MC here that will lead tonight's events, but certainly hoping to provide this live stream to all of you that you can be a part of this as well. And I know we've had limited seating here. People have emailed and registered. And we're going to bring the next one back to the community, just so everybody knows. Next part 2 of this report will be in Muscapine for everybody to experience. So,
right on. And yeah, you guys that are not part of Muscatine like myself, we get to be part of all this and just learn a little more history here
absolutely.
in Treaty 4 territory. So looking forward to that and the video done by Anaquad Video
Anaquad Videography.
will be played on here, so you guys get to watch it. So look forward to that. And you'll get to see all the guests talking, and hopefully we can find a couple other people here as well to
Absolutely. I got a
interview.
couple folks. What time is it here? 8:05:19. I have another lady that I can grab here. I'll just get her ready.
All right, sounds good. See you
Thank
guys
you.
real quick.
How was that?
And you're going to ask me leading questions, right?
Yes. You're gonna know more than me though.
Okay, probably.
All right, are we on? All right, we're back here again. Here, you're gonna do another interview with Della Anaquad from Muscatine.
That's right.
Right on. You can just put this side a little closer. No, just go like that. You can move that. See that? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Sound better?
Sounds better.
I'm kind of deaf in my one ear. Could be me. So, tell us about yourself really quick for the audience.
Well, let's see. I've been post-secondary for like 30 years. I have a number of degrees, master's in business, my
Wow.
JD, my admin, native studies, economics, and I'm a certified professional director as well, among
Wow.
other things.
You're kind of just
I'm a
awesome all
mediator.
around.
Exactly.
Well, that's awesome. So you're obviously down here with your fellow band members, and we're here to learn about Chief Cheekuk. Am I saying that right? Cheekuk.
Chica.
Cheekuk.
Close enough.
Do you want to tell us what you know of the history behind that?
Well, interestingly enough, I had an opportunity to work with the Office of the Treaty Commissioner
Mm-hmm.
way back when, about the early 90s, and got involved in research for treaty land entitlement, for special claims, etc., and also helping Eugene when he was chief draft letters for our claims. And so I've been working in a roundabout way, just interested in the history, but more so in the genealogy. So it gave me an opportunity to, from the gather stories, etc., but also gather the birth and death records of our band members. And the way you back into it is financially through our treaty pay list or interest pay list, because uh, the obligation of the federal government or the crown for our treaty payments begins when we're born and it ends when we die. And so that helped me not only put identify individuals, but put them into family groups.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was able to trace over the years whole families, and unfortunately, during the turn of the century, we also had a great number of deaths because of illnesses, etc. And so I could see the whole families being wiped out, or children being orphaned, or tracing them where they were adopted out to. And so so I had access to those records up until 1955, and so now I'm looking for, to continue, now that I'm in the retirement mode, to finish doing that research and
Yeah.
to bring it up to date to 2024. But accessing those records is proving a little bit difficult because you have your 100-year rule, where the majority of the population are currently anyway are still alive,
Yeah.
so you can only access them till 1924.
Hmm.
But again, financially backing your way into it. But what's really interesting is because of the recent court cases, for example, the Robson Huron
Yeah.
and the annuities case, so that will help us in that regard. It'll help us in the cows and plows. It'll help us identify those who are entitled to be registered Indians, as it were. It'll help us with our band memberships. It'll help us identify it just I guess um, benefits that should be accrued to us but haven't been.
Awesome. Awesome. So, are you looking forward to tonight and everything that's about to
Oh,
happen?
absolutely, because I want access to those records,
Yeah.
and if they can't, then I'm going to get, have Chief and Council do the BCR so I can get access
Yeah.
to those records.
Awesome. I'm really curious here. How many degrees do you have? Two,
Let's see.
three. The fact that she's got a count, man, it's pretty awesome.
I'd say about 4 solid degrees.
4 degrees.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
that's congratulations. That's
Well,
awesome.
I started actually to work on my PhD, but then I got roped into something else that took me down the path looking for missing children in our burials.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so that really it was very interesting because it got me into the technology of identifying not only the anomalies, but looking at different LIDAR and GPR and S4, et cetera,
Mm.
to identify the remains. And what's really interesting now is that looking now at exhumation, DNA, looking at the legislation in the United States where we don't have similar legislation here to repatriate the native artifacts. And so I'd like to also do DNA stuff so we can identify the people and because I'm thinking a lot of the anomalies were from kids who, for example, I was doing Kizukus who weren't from that area but may have died.
Yeah,
And so how do you send them back home if you don't know who they are? The same thing with my uncle who's buried at Brandon is that we have identified the graveyard, but now we have to find the plot or the remains that belong to him. So then we could bring him back to White Bear and bury him there.
Wow, very interesting. Yeah, I was. It's good that conversation is always going to be keeping up. We always got to let everyone know. That actually happened, and
Exactly. So far, I'm guesstimating there's over 10,000 anomalies that have been
Yeah.
uncovered, but it's just now to go down and to confirm that they are. But the other concern that I have is that there may be a lot of wrongful death lawsuits in the future. So, but
Which
we
there
do,
should be.
but we don't know what the remains are, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of identifying how they died. Because there's a lot of suspicion there.
Yeah, and that's just the beginning. We're not even started really on all the schools and stuff, right?
Well, what's interesting as well in terms of the research, they knew at the turn of the century, about 1910 or so, with Dr. Bryce, I believe his name is, he said in his research that 50% of the kids were dying at residential school and the other 25% were sent home to die. What's interesting then, within a decade, the government said, well, they made it mandatory that they have all the Indian kids go to Indian residential school, knowing that they were dying. And I thought, well, this is genocide.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's good research anyway to figure out where our families are and where they ended up, and all those that are disconnected, who didn't have a home to come to.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for coming on here. A quick little interview. Is there anything you want to say really quick about Cheekuk and what's about to happen tonight?
Well, actually, what's really interesting is looking for photos and the monuments at historical points. Because the other thing that we need to identify, I think, for our reserve in particular, is having a keeping house, not only to keep our history, but also artifacts and any memorabilia that we have that we could share and pass down to the next generation or so, well into the future anyway. So we can have that solid understanding and foundation of our own identity.
Yeah, awesome. Well, there you guys go, Della Anaquad. We're going to head back now to the thing. Thank you.
That's how treaties became. That's how treaties become. So when we talk our language, they tell us our elders tell us it's important that we hold on to that language. They say we are very grateful for this life as Indigenous people. So that's Cree. I'm from Muscopheating, but I was raised by my grandparents on the Pipot First Nations, which is Cree people. So when I started learning about the Nakaway people, I started learning my language too in Nakaway, and all I really know in Soto is Aninzigwagin, Bangis, and all that stuff. So I'm learning a little bit of Soto there too, Bangis. So I'm very proud to be a Soto from Muscopheating, but I was raised speaking Cree. So you're going to be hearing a little bit of both languages. But again, I was supposed to just take 2 seconds, but there is coffee back there. There's tea back there, and we're going to get going in about 10 minutes. Okay.
testing. Can you hear it good now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
All right. We got another guest with us here. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. I'm former Chief Elizabeth Pratt. I had a two-year term as chief of musketeering, but I was also the first woman chief
Mm.
to ever stand here for the community. So I
Wow.
think that's something that's really to be proud of.
That is. It's a
Yes.
big, huge accomplishment. You always need someone to start something, and
Mm-hmm.
obviously you did because you do have another woman chief, right?
Yes, we do. We have my niece, Melissa Tavita, and she's
Yeah.
the second woman chief.
It's like a big. We'll get to Chief Cheekuk here right away, but there's like a big movement it seems of a lot of women leaders coming up here now, eh? You see
Yes,
that?
yeah, there
Kind of
is right
everywhere.
through. Yeah, because sometimes I'm in PA and YTC. I sit as an elder
Yeah.
and been invited to quite a few places. So yeah, lots of them. I think there was 18 again.
Really?
And
In
even in my
Saskatchewan?
time when I was chief
Yeah.
in term 2008 to 2010,
Yeah.
I think there was 15 of us women chiefs at that time.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah,
No. It's well, obviously you guys
yeah. We
are
kind of tag team sometimes too because
yeah.
it was a lot of fun.
That's good. So let's hear your side on Chief Cheekuk and what you know of the history there.
Okay, so like I said in my first interview, like I never really had any not hardcore, what do you call that, documents,
Yeah.
hard copy documents of Cheekuk or musketeering. I haven't seen anything, but I've heard and I've seen um, a streamline, I guess, that has come from our past. Okay, and knowing that musketeering, had to have had some pretty smart, some pretty praying, and some pretty strong leadership back in the day. Because I mean, when you even look at our 1909 surrender, our specific claim that we had there, that was close to 19,000 acres of land that Muscapine had. And so when you look at the size and the size of how our reserve was
Yeah.
and how much we lost and how much they gave us back, with this 1909 surrender, we had a lot amount of land, and and we also had a farm.
Yeah.
There was a farm instructor at that time, and they said that Muscatine, was very wealthy and well off. One of the things that I talked with my older sisters about, and this again is going back to the historical historical history of when women left our reserve and went
Yeah.
into another reserve. My sisters were paid out. They left with their own money from Muscatine to transfer back over to Pipot or wherever they were married.
Yeah.
Actually, three of them were married in Pipot. So they left with a pretty big amount of check when they left as part of their money to
Yeah.
take when they left. So today we don't see that. Today we don't do that. Of course, some laws have changed too. But
Yeah.
back in the day, it did happen. So we had the money to be able to give out and pay out to the ladies that were being married in other communities. Yeah. The other thing that I seen is that they used the four headmen, back in the day,
Yeah.
and that's how our Pratt family came to Muscatine. We are not direct descendants of Cheekuk or Muscatine. We were voted in by the four headmen back in 1914,
Oh, okay.
and one of the original four headmen was Wapikin, yeah, old Wapikin
Yeah.
and old Anaquad. And then there was a couple more that's who voted my grandfather in 1914. Yeah, so they were structured. So
Yeah.
they had a structure. They were structured on how they were going to bring people into musketeering, and so that's the history that was told by my dad and his dad,
Yeah.
and that's the thing that we keep on with our own children is getting them to understand where we came from. So our original reserve is Gordon's First Nation. George
Oh,
Gordon
okay.
First
Yeah.
Nation.
Yeah.
That's where
Yeah.
that's where the Pratt family
Yeah.
comes from.
I've
Yeah.
actually heard about that long
Yeah.
ago. I'm not from this area. I'm from Red Pheasant, but I've heard
Oh,
actually that
okay.
before. And
Yeah.
and that's what a lot of people don't understand, especially the Munyas. It's that there was structured
Mhm.
governance within our ways back then,
Yes.
and it worked well, and
Mhm.
they've obviously put their ways on here. So
Yes.
it's good to
So
hear that.
yeah, and those are some of the things that we need to remind our young people about. Like it's not wrong to transfer in, and it's not wrong to transfer out. But I think we always have to have a process.
Yeah.
We all have to have a structure that everybody agrees on. Or at least come to some common goal that we can
Yeah.
all follow. I think that's what our community needs. I'm hoping tonight, my hopes for tonight is that our people can come together. We can have differences opinion. We can have concrete criticism. But at the end of the day, we're all going to live on Muscopetine. We're all going to come from Muscopetine. And we must follow the laws that were there before
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
We were never lawless people. We're not a lawless nation, or else we wouldn't be a nation that would sign a treaty right with another nation. So those are the things that are very powerful. Those are the things that need to be taught to our young people in our schools. Yes, of who we are, and be proud of that.
Ooh, exactly. Well, thank you again for that little wealth of knowledge there you dropped on it.
Yes.
Looking forward to watching this video here as well. Any last words?
No, I just pray that no matter which way we believe in, we know that there's a God that's alive and listens to us. And I would encourage all of us, to pray for our leadership so that things can be done in a good way. That would be my prayer for our young people, generations ahead of us.
All right. Well, thank
Yes.
you. Hi,
Thank
hi,
you. Make
and
it. Yeah.
we'll see you guys soon out there.
Okay, for
All
sure.
right.
Check. Check. Good to go? Okay. Yeah. Check. Danse. Ani again. Danse tawagaki ogiwa. Kita tamska ta tenawa. Nichige tenota e ayayek. Jeff Nitsiagason. I said, good evening. I welcome each and every one of you here. We shake hands with all of you. I'm very happy to be here tonight, to be able to be your MC here this evening. We're going to do some protocol here, ladies and gentlemen, as Indigenous people. We always call Nutawinan, our Creator, the God, to come here and bless us in a good way. We're going to ask our elder here to come forth. I had tobacco here. I don't know where it is. Did you give me one? Oh, you gave it to me already? All right, we're going to call our Kiteyak here to come forth to say prayer. We're going to ask one of our relatives from the George Gordon First Nation, Brian McNabb, to come over here and say a prayer for us. In a good way here this evening, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we start things. We always start with our prayers here first, ladies and gentlemen, so that we ask in a good way that things come together here as we unveil our Cheekuk, a bold journey to rediscovering our roots. Muscopetine has a very rich history of being one of the treaty signatories. We also have a rich history of drum groups here. My late father and his brothers were the Capel brothers. They were known all over Indian country, powwow country. We also have one of the late Corky Rosebluff was brought grand entry into our powwow circuits, and I shared that this weekend at the powwow. So Muscopetine has a rich history, but without further ado, we're going to go to our elder for the prayer here this evening.
I just want to wish everyone a good evening. You know, I always say I'm a lucky man. I have two reserves, Gordon's and Muscopheaton. I was brought up in Muscopheaton. I have all my family there. And I left Muscopheaton in my teens. I left a lot of good memories. Memories I cherish today. The teaching of our elders. I was brought up in Skunk Hollow with some of our elders that taught us protocol, that taught us ceremonies. And I'm very proud to say I carry that on today. The pipe I have is from Muscopheaton that is passed down to me. And I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for the teachings. As a young man, I grew up in a place of love, a very loving community. And when I talk to people today, I talk about that often. The good memories I have, the teachings I left the reserve with. And my family, just about everybody in Muscopheaton. Never forget you people, because that's where I grew up. And as I said before, a very loving community, something I'll never forget. So with that, when I say the opening prayer, pray in your own way too. You know, good things happen. Good things happen when you pray. Prayer is powerful. Prayer is powerful. So with that, I thank you. I thank you for giving me the honor, giving me tobacco to say the opening prayer. So without further ado, our Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening hour. We thank you for the gathering. We thank you for each and every one that's here, the relatives, the friends. We ask that you would bless this gathering. Bless each one. Bless the families that are at home. Today, I pray for one of the seniors, Bobby Anaquad, that you would touch him, Lord. We ask that you would touch him. I ask in your holy name, Lord God, that you would go before each and every one, and when we leave, grant us your traveling mercies. Bless each home that's represented here. We pray for the elders on each reserve. We ask that your Holy Spirit be with them. We pray, Lord God, that you would bless each one here. And I thank you in the holy name of the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, there, Elder Brian McNabb. Okay, we're going to go to our honor song here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to, when I was asked to bring my drum group here this evening, the drum that you see there is my late father's drum. When he had passed away when I was 37 years old, he left me that drum. And I put that drum in the bush one time, and a true story came back to me. I was told not to give it away, but to put it in the bush with cloth, so I did that. And then one day I was just laying at home, and then I just had to go pick up this drum in the bush. So my father was still here with me, and then that drum is, he said, over 90 years old. He had it in his family for that long. So when they asked us to come here, I went and got that drum out of my garage yesterday and heated it up so I can bring it here today. I'm very honored for Mike to ask us to bring that here. So we're going to go to Lone Creek here for that honor song. Thank you very much. You can all have a seat. We're going to have supper then? Supper first? Okay. All right, they're going to be serving supper here very shortly there, ladies and gentlemen. Also, don't forget to fill out your name on those door prizes. I think we're going to be doing them throughout the evening here. As soon as I get all the names up here, we'll get one of the hats, a clean one, I hope. We'll get a hat, and we'll just pull them out, right? Okay. So there's tea and coffee over there, and we're going to have supper here very shortly. You got them? So if you want to get in on the door prize, you got to fill out just a piece of paper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to introduce one of my really good friends here, Mike Adjukote. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff Capo, and thank you to that drum group. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our special event here. Let me try and fix this microphone. A little short guy before me here. But I want to thank you on behalf of Chief Tavita and the council. Welcome to our unveiling of Chief Cheekuk and what we've been able to find. On behalf of our community, we have Joan Holmes and Associates here this evening who will share some information they have, but we also have a nice video from Anaquad Videography, who has been able to interview some of our past leadership for the past number of months, trying to get as much information for all of us. So tonight, we thank you for coming. We do have a long program. I apologize, but our video interviews went longer than we expected, and we tried to keep all of that information in there. So we're going to get started here. I believe supper is ready at 6. We're ready to go, so maybe you can come in and assign the tables. The staff will do that. But on behalf of the Chief and Council, we want to thank you. We're going to get started here in a few minutes. Chief Brian, I want to thank also Chief Brian McNabb for that prayer. Thank you for coming. And of course, that long history you have with our community. Absolutely. You're one of our own, Chief. We're going to claim you. But also want to acknowledge Chief Liz Pratt, who's with us tonight from Muscopheating Soto Nation. Thank you. Our headmen and headwomen that are in the room, Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff, if you could wave in the back there, please. Thank you, thank you. Headman Byron Toto, if you're in the room, if you could also, there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Byron Toto. Headman Terrence Capo in the far back. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is your leadership here this evening. I do want to apologize on behalf of Chief Tavita, who was unable to be here this evening. She's at home with her family, and as you may have heard in some of the opening prayer, there's some prayers being asked for Robert Anaquad Sr. So if you could all this evening hold him up in your prayers and give him that strength that family needs right now. So we're going to get ready in a few minutes here. Lunch will be served, and we'll start the video, so that will be playing as you eat. And then at 8 o'clock sharp, we're going to move into the Joan Holmes and Associates update and try have you out of here by 9 p.m. So with that, we'll take a moment and get everything set up. So enjoy your evening ahead. Miigwech. Yes, yes. Give me a round of applause for that, please. Yes, yes. Thank you. No, the food. If we could get the people coordinating the tables, that'd be excellent.
Okay, I believe we're going to do one door prize while we're waiting here. There is 10 cards at $50 and 1 card at $150. I'm not going to look at the cards, but we're just going to pull them out here and see what's what. So I'm going to pull a name, or my assistant will pull us a name here. I don't know what the amount is on these cards. We're not going to tell you guys. There is one for $150. I think I'll just hide that one. And they are for happy holidays. You can use it. It's a PC President's Choice. Yeah, we can do a couple of them, yeah. The first one is Brolin Anaquad. Again, I'm just pulling them out of the envelope. I don't know which cards are which. You let us know what you got. Second one is Ralph Nabis. And then one more. The last one for until after, Brenda Patra. You can just run out there. Okay, supper I do believe is going to be served here right away. And like Mike said, they're going to start the video here very shortly. Again, thank you very much to Brian, Elder Brian, for that prayer here for us this evening. Put him back in there. Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to have supper here very shortly, and then we're going to continue on with our evening.
My apologies, I didn't have a chance to acknowledge our representatives from the City of Regina. So Audrey Young, if you could please wave for everybody. From the City of Regina, ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause, please. They made it tonight. And I don't have the list of delegates yet on hand, but I will get that for later this evening. I want to make sure we properly acknowledge you here tonight. We have a little bit of a technical glitch here on the monitors, but we're going to get that fixed here shortly. And I see the staff are now directing everyone for their meal, so slowly we'll all get to you. Oh, it's on now. Oh, good, good, good. How's everything so far, Mike? It's going well. Other than these little things. Yeah, this one. Yeah. That's other than that. Table's perfect. Monitors are good. I put you longer lean in compared to shorter that way. Oh, saying it's special, you know. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Good to go. You might as well just leave it now, eh? Because it's 2 hours now.
6 o'clock. Yeah, good to go, yeah.
Chief Cheekuk's territory spanned a vast and fertile land, a sanctuary for the young, a refuge for those seeking food, medicine, and spiritual guidance. Under his wise and just leadership, all tribes were welcome and all people found peace. But over the last 150 years, much of his story has been lost to the currents of time. The sacred ways he upheld, the histories he helped shape, have faded from the memory of our people. Will weave together the few threads of knowledge that remain, piecing together the legacy of Chief Cheekuk from the voices and memories of those who still carry the embers of his spirit. It is a step towards rediscovering a heritage buried beneath the generations of silence, an attempt to restore pride in who we are and where we come from. For our ancestors who walked this land, for the people who stand here today, and for the 7 generations yet to come, we reclaim our history. We remember Chief Cheekuk, the worthy one, and we honor his vision of a world where all people could find refuge, peace, and respect.
Well, good morning. Thank you for making time for me. I know it was pretty busy this past week, and I thank you for putting this together. This is very important. My name is Melissa Tavita. My maiden name is Anaquad. My married name is Tavita. I'm the daughter of Robert Anaquad and Vivian Anaquad. Both were previous in the leadership position. They were counselors of the reserve. My dad served 1 term as a counselor, and my mom served, she was one of the longest serving women counselors for muscopeding. That's something that I'm always proud of, because my mother was a very good woman, very nice woman, and she passed away in 2012, and it was a big impact on our lives as a family, because she was the matriarch of our family. And one of my favorite things is when people come and say, I knew your mom, she was nice, she was good. She never had to campaign, because she won people's hearts by being who she was. She was genuine, and she was nice, and she was welcoming, and she tried her best for the people. So that's kind of where I look to in my role model, is that I want to be like my mom when it comes to serving in this leadership position. I try not to be up here, but I try and be with where everybody is, because this position doesn't last long. It's the end of your term, you're just a regular person. Doesn't mean you're higher than anybody. It doesn't mean you're better than anybody. And I think when you come into a leadership position, you need to remember who you serve. You need to remember the reasons why you're in there. And it's a constant daily reminder for myself, is that I'm just a regular person, but I've been blessed with an opportunity to be able to be the chief in my nation. And it's stressful at times, but I thank the Creator every day for that blessing. Before I became chief, I was in council for 3 terms. I think that being in council kind of gave me the insight to see both sides of being in leadership, having the counselor hat and having the chief's hat. So in my position as chief, I like to make sure that council have a say. I served under 1 chief before, the 2 chiefs while I was in council, Anthony Capo and Chief Mike Agicody. And I learned a lot under both terms. I also learned that there's stuff that I don't want to do under those leaderships. But every leadership is different. Everybody has their own leadership styles, and I took the good out of their leadership styles, and left the bad, and I adapted my own leadership as chief. And I think that's where we are today. I like to make sure that every council has a voice at the table, because they represent families that believed in them and that supported them, and that some of those families didn't support me. So those families need that voice at the table, and I try and make sure that our council have that voice and that they're as updated as me. I invite them to every meeting because I think it's important as a leader to get as much information and to know as much as the band, because if I'm not successful next term, some of my council may be successful. And I want to make sure that we keep moving forward as a nation and that information is not lost, because that's our history. That's who we are as a people. And I love my reserve. I want to see my reserve move forward, whether that's with me or with somebody else. So it's been a learning experience being chief. But I'm grateful for the experience. Well, part of the reason why we wanted to do the research on Cheekuk and Muscopeding is because that's our history. That's who we are as people. That's our knowledge of our past leaders. I was just having a conversation with one of the counselors the other day, and I was telling her I was shocked to know that Chief Muscopeding wasn't our original chief. How many of our members know that we had a previous chief named Cheekuk, and how influential he was, and how proud to hear the stories about how all these other chiefs followed him? That's something that we're proud of, is that we had an influential chief along these years before Chief Muscopeding came in. And that's history that we need to research and develop so our people can be proud of where they come from. They can be proud of their history. So when we commissioned this research to be done, that was part of the reason why, was because of our history and how proud we want to be from Muscopeding. There was a time that growing up, I wasn't proud to be from Muscopeding. I was actually ashamed, and because I didn't know my knowledge, I didn't know my history, I didn't know everything that I know today. And we need to continue to make sure that future generations know that history, that they can open up a book and they can read and they can say, wow, look at all of these things that our past leaders did. Look at all of these things that our past leaders were influential over. I heard one of our past chiefs talk about how Cheekuk went up north to help them with their treaty and made sure they had a medicine clause. That's something that we could be proud of and that we can pass on to our younger generations, is that our chief was influential in creating treaties up north and bringing that to our people down south. So I think that this knowledge that we share and that we're compiling, I think it'll be very beneficial to Muscopeding and our future generations and our members. Well, when I hear about how big initially our reservation was supposed to be, the land that Cheekuk surveyed, it reached all the way to Regina. It kind of angers me a little bit, because it shows how unjust the government of Canada was back in the past. And even when it comes to our claims, like, that's a part of our history. The 1909 is one, for example. They surveyed, we had a bunch of acreage given to our nation, and in 1909, the Indian agent took up almost 60% of our reserve. We'll never get that land back. We'll never be as huge as we were. We settled the claim for 1909, and we're able to purchase land. But you read the stories and you read how the story comes to be in 1909 and how they took our land. They treated us very unfairly, very poorly. It angers you, and you can't believe that our ancestors went through that. Our ancestors were restricted to a reserve, to a piece of land, and they were dictated when they can leave, how they can leave. They were starved. They were living in rough conditions, and we were considered less than. And fast forward today, I'm very grateful to be where I am sitting, not having to go through what our ancestors went through. Well, when I have struggles in my life, I was told by a chief that you channel the spirit of your ancestors to get you through what you went through, because that's where your strength comes from. Your prayers of your ancestors carry you, and I truly believe that. And I think that's why today we need to continue to pray for our future generations, because it just doesn't end here. Our prayers will carry along with the future generations, and that's when I'm saying my prayers in the morning, I pray for my future generations. I pray for my nation in the future, because I think of that in the back of my mind, that my prayers, my ancestors' prayers carried me to where I am today. And I want to make sure that my prayers are carrying my future generations, anybody that needs that in the future, those prayers to carry them, to help them move forward. Well, the way I'm trying to do things now is to make sure that we do what we can for our future generations. I want to make sure that we bring the infrastructure to our nation so we can be proud. It's just something as simple as a maintenance building that we're building in our community right now. And when I pass by to the office, it makes me so proud, because we haven't had that in the past. And these little things may seem like nothing to other reserves because they've been progressed for years, but for Muscopheating, this is a huge win for us. And we as council want to make sure that we continue to progress so that our future leaders won't have it as rough as the past leadership. We're always trying to make sure our focus is for the future. Let's do what we can so our future leadership will have an easier time to maneuver through what they have to. That's bringing policy into our office. That's bringing structure into our office. There's so many times they say the band office is just any old way. Well, it has been in the past, but we're trying to make sure that we have that structure put in place, that policy put in place. Change is hard. Change, it doesn't happen right away. It's been years to get to where we are. Sometimes there's times where I got frustrated and I don't know if we would ever change, but I look back from today to a couple of years ago, and I'm so happy to be where we are, because we're slowly getting to where we want to go. And one of the things that I tell my council is, let's make sure that whoever is in the future leadership, if we're not sitting here, that our reserve continues to move forward. Let's make sure the information is there. So if a new chief steps in place, new council step in place, they can open up that book and they can see, okay, this is where they were, this is what they came from, and this is what they want to continue to do. It's up to them to continue to move forward the way we are, but they can have their own agenda as well. But as long as we're doing what we can to make sure that our nation continues to move forward, because I want my children to be proud of Muscopheating. I don't want to have them grow up and say, I'm ashamed to be from Muscopheating. I want them to grow up and say, I'm so proud to be from Muscopheating. Look at all where it's came from. Look at where it's going. And that's what we have in the back of our minds, is to make sure that we're making our future generations, our generations now, proud of being from Muscopheating. Right now we're working on a maintenance building for all of our vehicles. We're working on Head Start and daycare. We're working on a youth center. We're working towards hopefully getting a new school. Our school has been there since the 70s. We actually are putting money towards an administration building. So those are some of the things that we're excited to start. Hopefully we can continue to progress them, and hopefully we can have them built during my time. But if not, then like I said, we're setting this up for the future leadership to make sure that they have everything put in place so they can have a easier time to maneuver through their leadership position. Remember the future. Remember why you're doing this. Remember why you get into leadership. It's so easy to forget sometimes why you're in leadership. It's so easy to get caught up in the negativity, the toxicity. It's so easy to feel defeated. But there's times where you get those little encouragements that say, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for doing a good job for your nation. And those are the moments, they're few and far in between, and those are the moments that carry me. And I think this is why I did it. This is why I ran for council. This is why I ran for chief, because we see the progress in our nation, and I want people to be proud of being from Muscopheating. I want people to say, look at our reserve and see the progress and see where we're going and where we've come from. And a collective, that's the message that I want future leadership to get across, is remember why you're doing it, and to be proud of what you're doing. We're fortunate to be in these positions that we're in. This is not an easy position, but I'm very grateful to be in this position that I'm in. And I remember that every day. And I remember when I don't want to get out of bed that I need to get out of bed because there's little girls and little boys watching and making sure that we're doing what we can for our nation. When we settled there in 1909, that for me was very, it made me proud because my mother worked on that claim and she talked about it when I was younger, and she said, we're going to be millionaires one day. Our reserve is going to be rich. We won't be the poor neighbors to the west and the east. And she said, one day, she said, Muscopheating will have enough money to do things for our nation. And when we settled at 1909 for the max amount in a short amount of time, it was a bittersweet moment for me. It made me sad because I thought of my mother, and she's not here to see that her work come to fruition. But it also made me happy because our nation got what they deserved for the wrongs that Canada did. And money may not have made anything what happened right, but it sure helped us progress as a community. We don't have to be dependent on Canada's money. We can do things on our own with our own money now. We can invest and we can live off the interest on those investments. And to me, that makes us sovereign. That makes us independent, where we can not have to take Canada's money if we don't want to. We can do it on our own as a nation. And that, to me, makes me very proud.
Just given our history?
I think because of the land that was surveyed when Cheekuk first surveyed where he wanted his land, that part of it is Regina. And I think Regina owes us the respect to have a dialogue with us, to be able to purchase land, to be able to build in the city of Regina because of that history and because of truth and reconciliation. I think if governments want to talk about truth and reconciliation, then I think that First Nations should be given that first option to buy land, should be given that first option to have a dialogue with building the business hub in Regina. Think of all the resources that can bring to one certain area in the city. We can clean it up. We can bring business people there. We can have our members be proud to see a big building and say, this is Muscopheating's. Muscopheating owns that. You drive around Regina, there's certain places that reserves own, and you see the members say, my reserve owns this, my reserve owns that. Muscopheating doesn't own anything in Regina, but we certainly want to make that impact in Regina. And we want to make sure that our members can see that and say, Muscopheating owns that. Muscopheating put the effort into build in Regina, because it's not just about on reserve, it's about our urbans as well. And any way that we can help and impact and help get our urbans the help they need, the resources they need, we're willing to try and figure that out.
You've just
We decided as a council to hire urban resource coordinators in each province. We have one for BC, we have one for Alberta, and we have one for Saskatchewan. Those three provinces are where we have the most urban members. A lot of times we're getting calls in the nation saying, I need help with this, I need help with this, and we weren't able to help in the past because we were restricted to what the government gave us on finances. So that was only limited to on reserve. And we felt bad because we had to turn a lot of people away. And when we campaigned, a lot of what was said is that we only matter come election time. So when we got in and we started getting our own source revenue, and we said we wanted to inject into our urbans. We wanted to make sure that our urbans felt like they mattered, not just at election time, but every year round. So we invested in urban resource coordinators. So when any of our urbans need any help in Saskatoon, Regina, Alberta, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, they can reach out to our urban resource coordinators. Our urban resource coordinators can find the resources around their area in order to help them, or else refer them back to the band. So that's one way that we can help our urbans in those areas. They'll help with JP applications. They'll help with registry. We have committed our registry clerk to go there quarterly to each city to make sure that they help with status cards, they help with registrations, they help with anything that they need, so that they feel like they matter, not just election time, that they matter all year round. And it's a pilot project right now. We have a 1-year commitment with the people that we hired, and we're allowing them to get their own space, lease out their own space, get everything that they need, and keep stats on people who come into the organization and what they need help with and where she can improve. We're also getting them all together, all 3 urban coordinators, to kind of brainstorm and say, okay, this is what Vancouver needs, this is what Alberta needs, this is what Saskatchewan needs, and come up with a plan to help our urbans where we can't easily help.
Barry Allen Capel, October 19th, 1973 is when I was born. Parents are Tom Sr. and Mildred Capel. Grandparents are Evelyn and Morris Capel on my dad's side, and Mabel and Jackman on my mother's side from Pasqua. However, my grandmother Mabel was also from Muscopeding. She was married into the Toto clan, so a little bit of history there. But grew up on Muscopeding for first 12 years of my life. Lived with my grandmother. Raised with my grandmother and grandfather. Grandfather passed away in April '83. Going back there, Morris Capel was headman of Muscopeding for a number of years, back in the late 40s, early 50s, throughout the 50s. And then from there was a little bit of a break in our family and for leadership. And then my dad, I think 73 was when he got in. He was a young gentleman also, right? 19And on my mother's side from Pasqua. However, my grandmother Mabel was also from Muscopeding. She was married into the Toto clan, so a little bit of history there. But grew up on Muscopeding for first 12 years of my life. Lived with my grandmother. Raised with my grandmother and grandfather. Grandfather passed away in April '83. Going back there, Morris Capel was headman of Muscopeding for a number of years, back in the late 40s, early 50s, throughout the 50s. And then from there was a little bit of a break in our family and for leadership. And then my dad, I think 73 was when he got in. He was a young gentleman also, right? 19
We have a 1-year commitment.
Our first official meeting in Ottawa meetings. Very. You need to, the chiefs, be kind to one another, help one another, respect one another, respect your parents, respect your grandparents, But, beyond that, we want to just let you guys know that what we're doing now is all for our future generations, not just the next generation, but you got to look beyond, 5, 6, 7 generations they talk about, We got to look that far. And, the way it's looking now, it's just looking, to how it's supposed to look for muscopeding. We've had years where it was lean. Now we're going to have years where it's fun and exciting to be from muscopeding. Everyone, I'm excited to be from muscopeding. I'm excited that the role I'm playing right now and to be a part of this team. The team we have right now worked hard, as did previous chiefs and council. They worked their butts off too, and it just crossed that finish line. And, what I say for the kids is learn all you can about muscopeding, Cheekuk. But not only that, learn about all the chiefs, their families, because we're all related one way or another.
Well, good morning, Mike. Appreciate this interview. I, welcome the members as always. It's because of them that I'm sitting here today. I come from a family of 15. My late parents were William and Isabel Pratt. Big family, great, good family, and but a lot of good friends also that are membership on the reserve off and on. And like I said, I'm grateful to be here today. Years ago, when I first was elected, his name was brought up. But as we move forward to the future, he's alive again. The name is being lifted. The history of the good heart and sharing and bringing people together. That's the thing that I thought the most of as leadership, and from his generation and time, and what he had to go through, and what he brought us here today, and what we're still going forward with, and fighting for our treaty rights. Taking back the land, our land, but sharing it at the same time, which is, we always get the raw end of the stick, but we're still here through the residential school, through education, to hurt us, to separate us, to forget our beliefs in our culture and our traditions, which are back alive again, which I attend, which I'm grateful for. I teach my children, to be good to people, give people a second chance when they're down, help them get back, help them stand up and get on their own. But in the reality of it, I pray mostly for the goodness for each and every one of us, whether it be my sisters, my brothers, nephews, nieces, and also from my enemies, because they love people too also, and we're all human. For Chief Muscopeding, I think that he had probably a lot more on his plate than we do now, with the battles and what was taken from us, and the deals that were made behind his name that he didn't know of. But back then we didn't have much. But as we went ahead, we did it. We had the biggest farm, had the best land, had the most hay, and the land was shared. Oh, a lot of land was taken from Muscopeding. Like I said again, it was something that was done underneath behind his back. And today we have the chance to buy land, for everybody that can share and live off it and be proud to be from Muscopeding. My late father, he's a World War II veteran. He's a sapper. He served on the Muscopeding Council for a number of years with the older Keepness, the Gamblers, the Capos, the Rose Bluffs, the Benjos. He sat with chiefs also. Sat and listened. We were always told to be quiet when people came and to listen. And, that's where I'm grateful that I got the character and the respect for people that I deal with every day. I'm cordial, I'm respectful, and I think that goes a long way for me as a person, as a member, and as a leader. Because membership and the people where I am today, they got me here where I'm sitting. My late mother, Isabel Pratt, She was originally a Cody. Her grandfather signed Treaty 4. Gabriel Cody. She comes from a long line of political and tradition and ceremony that she was brought up on. My late grandfather was a lodge keeper. It was called a council dance, and he was a traditional healer. And I remember him going to ceremonies, and just as a kid, but always told to sit down and listen. You know, the power, you know, the Great Spirit, the Holy Spirit was there always. And maybe 10 years I started going back to his lodge every spring and fall. So that was a great, makes you feel alive. It's different when you go in there. It's a great feeling. You feel different, you feel alive, and it feels good. For me, it's for the younger generation, the elders, you know, that been there and seen it and are seeing the new change that's coming. I'm talking to them right now for the young families, you know, the husbands, the wives. I'm competing for your children. You know, you need to come forward and you need to sit with chief and council. Your ideas, not just having one person to speak on your whole family on behalf. You need to set a different change, a different direction to speak for yourself and what your concerns and what your needs that Muscatine can help you with. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes you can't do it right away, but it gets done down the future. I'm grateful to be sitting with a chief and council and the workers that help us to give us directions. Before, I never ever saw a different, it was always my direction, but sitting at a table where you can see their point and their concerns, it makes the table stronger. Yeah, Muscatine is not separate off and on reserve. That's your home. And the things that I would like to see is buildings, infrastructure, new school, which is happening. Homes, come home. You know, the opportunity is there, and it's going to happen. And let's build our reserve, your reserve, stronger. And for the elders that are coming up to help us and guide us, take care of us also. I mean, we may have our differences, but at the end of the day, we're still from us competing. Yeah. Reach out. Maybe set a meeting where we can all sit together. I think the difference between sharing and keeping it is that it's lost if you don't share it. We need it for our schools. We need it for our young people to be proud and to realize, you know, what was in the past that is here today alive. That piece of paper is alive yet today. Well, with the truth and reconciliation, I think yes, number one. And number two, yes, we have an opportunity to buy land also. So it's a start. But we're willing to work with the provincial government and the government of Canada if they only would help us also, considering what the history has been for Muscatine and all other First Nations for that matter in the Treaty 4 era across Canada. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody that's out there. I thank for the morning prayers that were sent out this morning. And I hope that everybody is in good health and their home fires are safe. And continue to think about everything that happened in your life, that you're not alone, and to take care of yourself, number one, so that you can take care of others. And I appreciate our memberships.
Thank you, Mike. First of all, my name is Byron Toto, Muscatine First Nation. I was raised from my grandmother, Winona Toto. And grew up in Muscatine till I was about 18. Moved off the reserve after I graduated from Belgoni. Moved into Regina, Pipepots, all over. I think a few years back, about 8 years back, about 12 years back was when I came back to the community. And came back started off as a social development worker for 2 years, and then was asked to run for council. So I ran for council in 2014, sat with 2 terms with Chief Todd Capel, 2 terms with Anthony Capel, Tony, 2 terms with Mike Achicody. Then I sat out for 2 years. Then I got re-elected for council and sat with Melissa Tavita for 2 years. And then now we're in our first 4-year term. And So I've been in politics for a while, sat with different chiefs. My grandfather, Andrew Toto, was a headman back in the 60s. My uncle, Gary Toto, Ajo, he was a councilman back in the 80s. Urban Toto, Manny, he was a councilman back in the 80s. Wilford Toto Sr., Jigs, he was a councilman back in the 80s. I had a cousin, Kenneth Toto. He was a counselor for quite a few years back in the 80s. A cousin, Adam Toto, was a counselor a few years back for one term. As far as I know, that's the history in my family that sat as headman or councilman in Muscopetting. For what I know on Chief Cheekuk was, I really never knew he was our first chief till probably within the last 10 years when his name surfaced from a few of our elders. And then listening to the stories from our elders that he was our original chief that signed treaty. He was chief for a while, and then I heard stories about how they ousted him or he passed away when he was on his way back to the community after he went and surveyed the reserve, how big it was going to be. And I heard he was passed away on his way back to the community. And some other, one of the past chiefs I was sitting with said he was buried close to the valley, close to our community, I think in Pipot community somewhere. They said it was 6 kilometers south of a pointy hill in the valley. So, and that was one story I heard on Chief Cheekuk. I've heard quite another story from another elder was he was one of the main chief. He held off on signing treaty right away. He had other chiefs that followed him from different communities. He had a big tribe. And as the years go on, I keep hearing other stories about Chief Cheekuk, and a lot of it's not sure if it's true or not, but I know every time we do research on Chief Cheekuk, and we try get information from the archives or any place, we're stonewalled, where there's a lot of information that's hidden from us on Chief Cheekuk that we've been trying to recover, and so we could show our community who our original chief was and what he was about and what he stood for. And as far as I know is everybody that has tried to go to the archives to try to get information was always told there was no information, or they were sent on a different ghost trail or stonewalled, or said there was no information. And I kind of find that hard to believe, because you look at all the past chiefs that are well documented. There's here Chief Pipot, well documented. Chief Poundmakers, well documented. Chief Pasqua's, well documented. And I'm wondering how come there's Chief Cheekuk's not well documented. Why just him? So what are they actually hiding on us on our original chief? Why we keep getting stonewalled when we keep trying to dig out information on him? And for me to find that information is important to our community, to find out exactly who we are, right? Our community, our original chief, and just for what he stood and what he stood for our community. And without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. My comments or the insight I have on Chief Muscopetting was he was appointed by an Indian agent. That's what I was told. And he was kind of, I guess, would do what the Indian agents asked him to do. He wasn't the kind of standalone chief that stood his ground. He was more or less can't find the right word for that. Token chief, I guess, for the Indian agent to do what they need to do in our community. Because I knew at one time we were one of the biggest, richest bands in the in Canada with all our hay and everything like that, and then all of a sudden it was taken from us. And from what I hear is Chief Muscapine followed he was appointed from an Indian agent. So that's kind of the history I've picked up and heard on him. And other than that, I really haven't really honed in or listened on any information on Muscapine, because I think most of what I'd like to know or find out is on our original chief, Cheekuk. Why is it so scarce, his information, and we have all this information on Muscapine, and that's as far as I know on Chief Muscapine. Many different stories on the land that he surveyed. Like I heard stories about us being in Regina, Dudney Avenue, all that to Wascana Park was all Muscapine, all up to Edenwald railway tracks, I think was Muscapine. And then I was told that Pasqua's band, Pasqua's First Nation was actually Muscapine. Same with Pipot First Nation was actually Muscapine. And they were, from what I was told, was Pipot was told to stay on that parcel of land for one winter from Chief Cheekuk, I think it was, or Muscapine, and they stayed the winter and they never left. And our chief just never made an issue on trying to just let them stay, be good neighbors. And so, but I know that I was told that we have land all over. Like we had a big reserve. I was told we own the north side of the valley that we live in, and we're trying to find information on that, and we're having a hard time finding that information. So from what I've gathered was we had a fairly big community, big reserve, big community, and now we're kind of knocked down to just this portion of it, the south side of the valley, and I think it's probably about a mile wide and 7-8 miles long. So we got the shit end of the stick on the land. I think it's important, especially for our future generations, especially with a lot the members that live off the reserve, the urban members, and even the future members in our school, the future children. It would be great to get all the history we can about Cheekuk and put it into a book or a good sized book on all the information on exactly who he was, what our community is about. And I think that would really help us as our future generation, because they'll understand who our original chief was. The first chief of our community was Chief Cheekuk, and a lot of our members don't know that. And for the future generations, it'd be nice to get all this information and have it taught in our school, and give out a book even to our urban members so they know who Cheekuk was and who our community is, and we have an identity of who we are. So I think it would be really important to get all that information and be taught to our people, because a lot of our people don't know Chief Cheekuk was our original chief. So I think it would be a big asset towards community and future generations. I'd like to thank you guys for this and gathering all the information possibly we can to get this into a book or something for the community. And I'd like everybody to join us on September 16th for the unveiling of the Chief Cheekuk Unveiling from Joan Holmes and Associates.
Okay, going back when Regina Beach was still Regina, or it was called. It started off. It was Chief Cheekuk's land in that area. There was 20 sections there of land. Now, Pat Capo moved there after he became one of the headmen. He was not the chief yet, but after he moved there, they had the election out in Muscopine, and he was named as chief. So he moved back there to Regina Beach area because he liked that area. Eh? These are stories that he told my dad. My dad used to always go and visit him, and we would go along, because Patty Capo was one of the boys, these boys, that he raised. It wasn't actually his real son, but he raised him as his own son. Now, the old man, this is one of the stories I heard him say. When he moved there, the government, after he lived there for I don't know how many years, the government came there and said that we're going to split up all this land. It's no longer going to be all of Muscopine. Already it was called Muscopine. They changed the name to Muscopine then. But he held on to information that he knew would come up someday. And that was that 20 sections of land. Anyway, they talked there, and one of the leading guys of INAC, Indian Affairs, who came from Ottawa, and he talked with old Pat. He was a young man then. So they wanted him out of there. They wanted Pat completely out of that area. So after they finished talking, they offered Pat a bottle of beer. So he took that beer, tanked up, drank it up. Old Graham was hiding in the background. Soon as that beer was drank, he told that one guy, grabbed that bottle of beer, and he told Pat, "You're under arrest." They arrested him. Went to court. The next day he went to court in Fort Capel. He got 30 days in jail for that. For drinking a bottle of beer, and they stripped him of his chief. Could no longer be a chief. That is why we hadn't had a chief for so many years there. After old Pat Capo, we never had a chief. INAC looked after everything. When that happened, it continued on without a chief. Then finally, John Gambler was put as chief. Was put in by the women and the men. They said, yeah. Now, old John Gambler, he lost his father when he was maybe 15, 16. So this old man was making hay there from Pipicacies in the valley down there. So he took old John home with him, and he put him to school at that industrial school or whatever it was there, farming school. He learned about farming. That's when they brought him back to Muscopine. Well, that's what happened to old Pat. And, after he was stripped, that was it. No more chief there. I think it was for 24 years. So something's got to be done about that. Some kind of a lawsuit should go for it, But anyway, they got Wagner to come and survey land there for him. And that piece of land was 47.5 square miles. So where the heck is that land now, That was part of Muscopine land, part of Cheekuk's land. They gave a portion of that land to Stan and Buffalo. In later years, they moved pipe pots in on the west side of us. Now, Muscopine was given everything. Everything he wanted, he was given it. He was the first agency that was built in Canada was built for Muscopine. There was these 4 reserves they had under that agency was Stan and Buffalo, Pascos, Muscopine, and Pipot. These were the 4 reserves. And the government ran that. There's no damn way that any chief was going to run it. They ran it, the government. They called the shots on everything that went on. So again, there they had the upper hand on the people. Whatever Huguenard was the priest. He went up there and he talked to old Pascal and he asked him, "Who are all these women here?" "These are my wives," he said. He had 7 wives. So they took them all away on him and they gave him 1 wife. They took his medicine bag away on him. They wouldn't bury it. They prayed for him right there, and then he became a Christian. Old Pascal lived from Fort Capel. He lived 7 miles west on the Cola there. What Bethsaida Point is, that's where he lived. My old grandfather showed me where he lived. He was the first one to get oxen or cows, whatever they were back then. He was the first old Pascal to get that. Muscapine, when they decided that they were gonna get the people there to do farming, that already was happening before that. When Cheekuk's tribe was, they already had stuff like that already, to farm. Well, Cheekuk never signed a treaty. You guys all know that. He never signed a treaty. You would not sign a treaty. But again, the government did the thing of separating them, offering each of his chiefs that were under him, offered them land. You'll have your own land, you'll have your own tribe. So that's how they separated them. So, break them down, separate them. Well, Muscapine, after they surveyed that land for him, he kind of moved in on that land then. And right away, Graham was after him. Graham was after him to surrender all that land, Regina Beach, that land that they surveyed for him. They got him, they started on him right away to surrender that land. Now, Chief Pascal, he never signed anything to surrender anything. They said he surrendered 1907, but no, he was already dead. But yet, the government pushed that through. Pascals were able to get a settlement way before us. So there's something wrong there, something that's not right, something that should be corrected. But how do we go about doing it? See, another thing, Cheekuk had land here, and he had land out by Madge Lake in that area there. I got them documents. He had land there. The white man called it Devil's Lake because the Indians would go there and have their ceremonies there. That lake, the water was, I guess, was used for something, some kind of purification in that. So yeah, that land. There was when Cheekuk when he had that land there, I think it was 34 families he had with him there to keep that land. He put those 34 families there. Now, who the chief was one of his council, I guess, to say that, to look after that there. So that information I have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Certainly, I want to start out by saying thanks for the tobacco offering in the language of our Anishinaabe people. We value our traditions, and if we can continue on with our traditions and customary ways, that's certainly strengthens our foundations as Anishinaabe people. Asema Bagijigan, we say tobacco offering first. But thank you very much for having me. I certainly honored to be part of this conversation, and I'll very privileged to and honored to share what I've heard and what I've learned along the way, and I guess to offer a sort of a perspective, I guess. But thank you. So my name is Phil Anaquad. I'm in my 70s, born and raised in Muscopheating First Nation. Parents were Morris Anaquad and Teresa Anaquad. She was a Cashwatam in her maternal life, and she was from the Assiniboine Cree. Some people call it Cree Assiniboine. She was from the Assiniboine Cree because her father was a Assiniboine, and so that's kind of my background. My father's side was more of the Anishinaabe people. The name Anaquad derives from the Anishinaabe meaning high cloud, and that's the big question. Some people will call it the $1 million question. I think I would call it the $100 million question, because certainly there's an untold story there that no one seems to no one seems to understand to be accurate. Certainly we hear lots from about our original chief. We know that there are documents based on the signing of treaty where his name is, and then in comes Muscopheating. So I think I know pretty well what everybody else knows in terms of the transitions from Muscopheating, from Chief Cheekuk to Muscopheating. We know the historical story. You know, some people have gotten studies through pay lists, through university, through their own research. They've developed their own perspectives, their own viewpoints, their own opinions. So we can say, okay, this is the research that we have on one side that's going to be happening. This is what the research is going to tell us. And on this side, this is what we've heard over the years. And so we have to kind of balance that out and say, well, what is accurate and what is inaccurate? Because I know what we've heard is probably taken from what the research will probably tell us, if we really kind of measure the two or gauge the two. But I've heard, you know, obviously Chief Cheekuk passed away because of illness. He was a worthy one, they would call. He was a leader among chiefs, as we've heard. You know, he had a vast land where he surveyed out, which incorporated a huge area, which takes in the city of Regina, takes in a lot of the land around the Capel Valley area, to the south, to the east, way past Pasqua First Nation, to the west around Regina Beach area. And so we had a vast area, is what we've heard. And so over the years, certainly things have changed. And then along came Muscopheating after he died, which we've heard that he was appointed. He was never elected, or he was just appointed. And then after he passed on, so we don't hear too much about any accomplishments or anything like that. So Chief Muscopheating actually never signed treaty. So that could raise many questions if someone put their minds together to question that. But Muscopheating, everybody has adopted that. Our name is called Muscopheating. Everybody resonates with that. They like it, but I think we have to get to the truth and look at that untold story. So I'm certainly interested in the researchers' research and what they find. And obviously, I admire and I certainly commend some of our own people that are doing little research on their own to seeing what they can find. But at the end of the day, you'll probably see some similarities, because everybody, our everyday researchers, you know, they're going in, they're able to find different things that are being told to them. through churches, through different areas, through word of mouth, and where a researcher then actually tries to find facts and those kind of things. And I often, as a sidebar here, I often wonder, well, why are we doing all this research? Why are we having a hard time finding these areas of the untold story when our trustee should have all this information? And who is our trustee? Indigenous Services Canada. They have all the information. Why can't we just simply write them a letter, our chief and council of the day, and say, you know, we need all our information now? Why do we have to try and find and uncover rocks and stones and old books and those kind of things to try to find something that may not be accurate or may be accurate? Why can't we just go right to the source? Because they have all the information. And maybe we're not thinking about that. But anyway, getting back to what we've heard after Muscopheating passed on, you know, we hear the stories about Pat Capu, who became was as well looked up as a leader from our nation. Some people called him one of the spokesmen. Some people would call him a chief. Other people would call him something different. But he, nevertheless, through all those labels, was our leader for many, many years. And you know, he did what he would probably perceive as justice of the day that time, in trying to lead the nation. And then something occurred. I may not have the dates accurate, but we did not have any leadership now for about 20 years, 23 years. From 1923 to about 1943, 45. So we had no leadership. And so some of those areas were appointed either by the Indian agent, those kind of things. But like I say, we had no elected leadership. And then along came the modern leadership. At that time in 1945 would be, from the stories that we hear, John Gambler. John Gambler, and then from John Gambler was David Benju. And then there was Ron Rosebluff. And the list goes on to the modern generation that we have today. We have, you know, from Ron Rosebluff, James Keepness. I believe James Keepness might have been before Ron Rosebluff. But we have all those names. And then we have Eugene Anaquad, Paul Putra. And we, you know, all these people are chiefs. Chief Todd Capo, Chief Tony Capo, Chief Mike Agicote, Chief Melissa Tavita. And so we should be referring to all these past leaders as chiefs, because that's who they are. You know, it's a protocol that we should be addressing them as chief at times, because that's who they were. And so this, and besides that, we had a number of council. But that's the story of Muscopheating. And so we kind of need to understand that story so that we can put our structures back in place to reframe our frameworks, to rebuild our frameworks of existence as a nation. If it's under Chief Cheekuk, then that's our signatory to our treaty, and that's who we should be honoring. Muscopheating came after. He's not our treaty signatory, but we've certainly adopted the name. Our band is called Muscopheating, and over our years we've lived under that title. Even the governments of the day refer to us as Muscopheating. In terms of the numbering systems, that's another untold story because of our land bases. Our band is number 80. Some of the affiliations of land that around, we have 80A, 80B, and so we need to get those stories straight as well on the political side, because it means something, and there's a lot of value there, and other bands are actually coming in to the scene and you know, certainly entitling themselves to and attaching themselves to those numbers. So that's another area of an untold story. I know different people have different versions of how that may have come about. But at the end of the day, when we're doing all this research, ISC, Indigenous Services Canada, are our trustee, and they have all these documents. And so we kind of need to press them. Because right now we're trying to uncover rocks. We're looking at old information, trying to find old books, looking in libraries. We're listening to scholars of the day and what they've unraveled, and those kind of things.
Well, to start with, I as when I became chief, I started in 83, and I finished or I quit in 93. So that's easy to remember. You know, I was interested long ago in my university days. I'd sit and try to inform myself about what was going on and what did go on, what little there was, you know. But Muscopeting was never an active participant. Sporadically, you know, now and again. Nobody knew very much about them. And I don't think we're any more informed now than we were then. You know, their work was silently done. They never made a splash about it. They were very, how would you say? I think they were guided, that's my opinion. They were guided by some of those that were involved in ceremonies. And so, you know, they certainly knew the difference between the political side and the other, you know. So that existed, and you had to know the difference to be able to sort of be on guard and be prepared to pitch in whenever. Just that it was just in passing, and the one that clued me in was old James Iron Eagle. You know, and I'd run it by Keepness. What's his name? He was chief.
James.
James, eh?
James.
Yeah. And he agreed, yeah, I heard that too, he said. You know, he'd tell me. But it was difficult when you're trying to know or find out and you don't know which door to knock on, you know, where to go and how to. That was all a new thing to me. So I had to tread very lightly. People like Peter Duval, he was very active, very interested in the goings-on within the tribal council and regionally within the federation. And so, you know, he'd touch base with me a couple times. He'd come to the house just to make sure I had a clear understanding of what was sort of going to come down at the tribal council. Yeah. So I thought that was pretty good. At least he considered my participation as being not only necessary but helpful. You know, to get different things going. Because I used to never mind making the opinion that you know, we were always left out. I said there should be a kinder system to include everybody. Then you wouldn't have me here upset about not getting a damn seed. So that it worked out. They knew where I was coming from, and but it took quite a thorough understanding of what existed at that time. You know, how the Federation was distantly in the background, you know, and tribal council a little closer. I often thought they had a good understanding of politics, where they could quickly and systematically, you know, involve people, and then their involvement, you know. Yeah. And Musqueam was never part of that. That made the challenge that much greater, because I had to understand why, what happened before, now, and then what is it going to be like in the future. Yes, it was very interesting, but very demanding sometimes. Yeah. I don't know how to describe it. It was life, but you know. I've never dealt with any of that. No. With Cheekuk or any the leaders. Like, I knew who Peter was, Ronnie Rosebluff, so that's a different era.
Yeah.
Simply because the frame of reference that existed that you depended on after reserve changes. You know, different. The Indian Affairs decided, oh, anybody hired has got to have been a war veteran, whether they knew how to write their name or not. You know, and that's exaggerating, but it's that kind of a gap that exists. Yeah. No, I think the best thing that could happen is maybe a 3 or 4 month period that you have a team, equip them with the knowledge of the area, go out there, sit with them, how many ever are, lay it all out.
Thank you for inviting me. I've been looking forward to this, and I'll start where you've asked me to start, and then towards the end is what I'm going to share of what I've heard, what I've been told. So it's words and that have been carried on through history. So my name is Elizabeth Mary Pratt. I was born and raised on Musqueam my whole life. And then I ended up marrying and meeting Conrad Capel, and I married him April 30th, 1988. And we had 5 children. And life was really hard. Life was really hard. Prior to being married and being a young girl, life was really hard. There was no way that you ran to the tap and water poured out. There was no way that you went in, you know, into another room and went to the washroom. You had to go outside to the washroom. It didn't matter what time it was. You had to go outside, summer, winter, fall. And in order to eat and drink and cook, we had to haul water. I think the most beautifulest thing that I remember from my young life was there's such a difference today in the water, the taste of the water. You know, there used to be a big slough in front of us, and when we'd walk there, it was just clear. You could see to the bottom of that slough, you know, and they'd yell at us, make sure you don't bring back in any weeds. You know, we'd have a 5-gallon pail. But I'd always stop to drink the water because there was just a sweetness to that water. Nothing that I've ever tasted in the water that they manufacture today can compare to that taste of that slough water. At that time, there was no chemicals, no farming chemicals, no, you know, things that were being put into our lands. And so it was very clean. It was good for us. Wintertime, we had to go and haul snow. We had big potato bags. We had to haul snow in the wintertime, take out plates. We had little short little mitts, so they'd come this far, and all while by the time we'd finish up filling up that big gallon thing of water, and it used to be like this high, like a big gallon, like what they would an oil barrel. That's what we'd have to fill up right to the top, and then my mom would prepare to do laundry. But it was a really hard life. I don't think our children would manage today. They wouldn't. They would have a very hard time. Very few would have the skills and the abilities to survive in what's coming. And we think it's bad right now with the heat, but the cold is coming. Storms are getting worse. Climate change, you know. We used to laugh about it and everything, but climate change is here. And we're feeling that now with our young people. They can't afford air conditioners, so they're sweating, you know, feeling that heat. Back then, our dad and mom used to take us to the beach, Regina Beach. We'd stay there all summer long when they first started developing Kanukumal. Yeah, I was 12 years old. And you know what they did, Chief Eugene Anaquad? They put me at the gate with him to collect 25 cents for all the muniashak, washijos at the pay stop, and they had to pay me. Oh man, my heart would be just thumping away, like, you know, these big blonde men, you know, you can't go through unless you have 25 cents. Whose hand is this, you know, who the hell said it? I just like 25 cents or you can't go in. So that's all they told me, 25 cents or you can't go to Little Arm. But that was the first time I think I got involved with meeting with public and learning how to take a stance and take a position, because I had my dad, I had my Uncle Hilliard, and I had Eugene Anaquad, and I knew Eugene was really solid, you know. I had my brother out there, and I knew that if anybody tried something with me, that there was going to be repercussions from all of them. So I always felt safe as long as I knew there was people around, and I stood my ground day after day, sometimes the same white people coming through at Kanukumal, but I still got my 25 cents. And if they didn't pay it, they dug around and left me in the dust, coughing. I stood my ground. This is my land. That's my childhood. And then I got into grade 5. I went from Edenwald to Cupar. That's the first time I ever experienced racism. I didn't even know there was a word to it. I just thought they were just ugly people, you know. Anyway, these young people, the Wagner boys, we were all the same age as them, big farmers on the back at that time. And you know, every morning get off the bus and they'd be waiting for me, you know, wagon burner, squaw. Yeah, you dirty squaw, you know, you don't bath, yeah. Burn the wagons then, you know, and I would never answer anything back. And then finally, when I got home one day from school and my dad sat me down, and I already knew that Christopher Columbus, I already knew in my heart that he didn't come find me, because we were always here, always had that in my heart. So I got home and he asked me what was wrong, and I told him the Wagner boys are calling me a wagon burner and a squaw. So I told him I don't want to go back. I told him every day I said it's like this. I get off the bus and they call me, you know, make you know, burn the wagons, circle the wagons. And my dad said, you know what? He said, my girl, come here, sit down. So I sit down on the couch. He said, I'm going to tell you who you are. You're a strong Soto Indian woman, he said. A strong Indian Soto woman. And he said, you know how powerful you are? He said, you have a language. You don't speak it right now, but you have a language, and you have a land, and you have treaty rights, he said. If you get sick, your treaty rights will cover you so that the doctors can look after you. You have a treaty right to go to school, because that's who pays for your school to go to Cupar. You have somebody that looks after that. You have and you start going through all the treaties in me, and just sitting there with him, man, I could just feel this warm feeling coming over me. That was the most powerful time in my life, to actually know who I was. And I think when you look back at our children and all the troubles that our children get into today,
I really believe that they lack that 10, 15 minutes of sitting down and somebody telling them who they are, how precious they are. That's what empowered me that day to be able to speak, because I knew that I had a land and I knew I had a language and I knew that I had treaty rights. And that's what empowered me. As a young person, we don't listen and we go awkward, off the road and off the straight and narrow, all of us, we all made mistakes. We all tried them out for ourselves. But I never forgot that, and that's what changed my life. And in grade 5, I couldn't go no further. So my dad's rule in the house for all of us is that you either go to school or you work. So the next weekend, that's when I became a nanny for my sister. She was going to university for her Bachelor of Education. And I became a nanny for her, keeping her baby. Cleaned her house, watched her baby for $65 a week. I never went back to school because I didn't believe in Christopher Columbus. I wasn't going to let anybody tell me that they come and discovered me. I just couldn't believe that. I was past that already at grade 5, probably 11 or 12 years old. Before my dad died, I and him we were always together. He knew something was going on, and I said, Dad, you got to get ready, and, we'll look after Mom and everything like that. So one day, Mom called me, and she said, you better come over and see your dad. He's really upset. So I went, picked him up, and let's go for a drive, Dad. I said, okay, and now I said, and don't cry. Don't cry. We're going to have some. I want you to tell me some stories about your mommy. Tell me about your mommy, Sarah Pratt, nee Gordon. She was a Gordon from Gordon's. He said, I always remember, he said, my mom had a one-horse cart, he said. A one-horse cart, he said, and we would go pick berries, he said. We'd go pick all these berries, he said, and she had a little cart hooked up to the horse, she said, and she'd let me sit beside her, he said, in the front. And where would you go? He said, we used to go across the valley. He said, go down the valley, come back up the valley. He said, and we go to the farmers, he said, and she'd go trade her berries, he said, and her bannock, he said, she'd go trade it for eggs. Yeah, and whatever else they could, like eggs and beans and whatever. Sometimes some nice things, He said, no, I always remember that last trip I went riding with my mom, he said, and I was staring at my dad, the way you're looking at me, I was looking at my dad like that, like right into his eyes, and I could just see his eyes, like just remembering everything, He said, and I looked up at my mom, he said, Mommy, he said, can I hold the reins? He said, and she said, she looked down at me and she said, you can hold the reins, but don't move them. He said, and that was the first time my mom let me hold the reins of the horse, he said. And I sat very still and she watched me, he said. And that was the proudest time in my life, he said, was to let my mom hold those horse reins on that little horse and buggy, as we made our way back. And when he stopped telling his story about his mom, he was just crying. Yeah. He said, my mom was so gentle. My mom was a provider. And I know a lot of our moms, long time ago, no matter what, they picked berries, they picked everything. And they shared with one another. I remember George Gambler and his family coming to stay over at our house. We'd all take turns staying at each other's house. Jimmy Keepness and Uncle Douglas and Auntie Edna. Yeah, Auntie Jackman Pegan, Mildred's mom, I forget what her name is. All of us, Pete the Ba. But my dad shared a lot of stories about how rich we were with the big farm. Yeah. There was a lot of bad things that were said about other band members that you'd probably hear, but the words that I heard from my dad about the big farm, where our cemetery is at the back, where the old road used to go down behind Nellie Anaquad. He said it was just huge. Like there was a helper house. There was a big farmhouse first. And that's where all the Indian agents, would come and stay, whatever. Then they built Old Wapigan a house. He had a house him too. He had a big house back there. And at the back of those houses, there was a great big barn. And I remember that barn. There used to be an old horse with a great big sunken in back. His name was Trigger. So when Pipot people would come over and visit at my mom and dad's, Ernie and Adeline Cashwa, I'm mad with it. All of us kids would run up to that old barn because that old horse would be there. Alan Pelshey too, yeah. We'd all run up to that. We'd all run up to that big barn, and we had about 3, 4 of us all riding that the old horse, taking us for rides, each insured. But I remember that great big barn, and I remember those homes that were there. And you know, we had an establishment. We had an establishment when people got together that things happened on Muscopine. That's what hurts us today, is that we can't gather today. We carry such an animosity towards one another. You know, and that has to be put aside. That kind of stuff only leaves with prayer. You can't say, I forgive you, or I'm just going to leave it here. No, we got to pray. We got to pray together. That's what I've heard my whole life from these old people. Pray, pray, pray. Pray that our people, old John Gambler, I had many times I was sitting in there, not as a listener, as a quiet kid on a couch, not opening my mouth. Yeah, old John Gambler. Hey, he said, something's gonna happen, something's coming. This is his prophecy, John Gambler. I sat there, I'm a witness to it. Something's gonna happen, he said. You're gonna see all these reserves disappearing right through. What are they gonna do? He said. They're gonna start making agreements, he said, with the provincial government. We have nothing in common with them. The provincial government is not a nation. We have the federal government has a responsibility to us because we have a treaties that were signed nation to nation that will never be broken. But the provincial government, he said, is going to come and they're going to offer big money for development. Sign agreements. You know, these mayors and reeves, he said, that's what our reserves are going to come to. We're going to have reeves. We're going to have mayors. We're going to be just like them. But the strong praying community, he says, will still stand on that treaty no matter what, he said. They have a responsibility to us as a nation. And I really believe, I don't care how much turmoil Muscopine is in, I believe our old chief, Cheekuk, and I believe our old chief, Muscopine, were very powerful, clean chiefs, or else we wouldn't be here today. There'd be nothing here today if it wasn't for those old men. My dad told me when those old men were praying at Treaty 4 when they were signing, they all got together, speaking Soto language and everything, talking together and everything like that. They just didn't sign. Yeah, they observed all those white people sitting there. My dad said one of the chiefs, one of the old chiefs, they were all staring at those white guys. Look, they want everything. They're greedy. And, you know, they used to wear big, long, fluffy shirts, you know, those big, high, he said watch them. They blow their nose and they take their handkerchief and they stick it back under their sleeve. Greedy. They want everything. They want to keep everything. And that's what my dad told me. I do. I really do. I believe that because they did invite us into a meeting into Regina here, myself and late Chief Chikus. So we come and sat with the mayor, and we come and sat with some of his counselors, but he also had a table full of engineers. Yeah, and then he invited me and Elaine and our council.
Who's mayor?
Mayor, geez, what's his name? Was that Fiaco? Yeah, maybe it must have been him. So anyway, they had an agenda all typed up. At the top of the paper, it had duly convened meeting. No, not duly convened meeting. How do you say that now? That term that you use when you're gonna meet with somebody.
Delegation?
No, something like
It was something,
Consultation.
yeah, consultation. Duty to consult at the top of their page. And they had an agenda item. They had that new water treatment system on their agenda. And they wanted to talk to us about that. And they asked me to talk first, and I said, okay, first of all, I said, I'd like everybody to gather up the agendas. I said, because this is not proper wording. I said, you don't invite me to your table. I said, when you want to talk about water, I said, I'll invite you, or you phone me at home. So I'd like everybody to take the papers off the table with the agenda. I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to share with you some history. I told him. I said, when the government was giving out the land locations for our Indian people, look where we're plopped today. Where did they come and plop us? Oh, as long as they have water and land, they'll live. All our reserves are near water. Water is worth gold today. Clean water. And if you want to talk to me about water, I said, you come out to Muscopeding. I said, I'll let you come out there. I said, and we'll call it a duty to consult. I said, but right now, I said, what you're planning here with this new treatment place for your sewage and everything, I said, I haven't seen it work well. I said, look at the sewage that goes into Regina Beach. I said, and then comes down, I said, into the Copal River. I said, into Fort Copal and onwards down to the other bands down over there. I said, what have you done, I said, to clean that up? People can't even eat the fish in there anymore. People can't look after themselves, I said, because of what you've done, I said, for your sewage. Why didn't you pump it out the other way? Pump it south so it goes down to America. Yeah, so no, there'll be no meeting today. I said, and if you want to talk about water, I said, then you'll provide us some money so we can hire a big table full of engineers too, that match your engineers all sitting on that side. The city, I find the city, they try really hard to, oh yeah, we're with you, we're support them. Oh yeah, they come in, we let them bring the flag in. Oh yeah, the Treaty 4 flag comes into the games. Your Treaty 4 flag, you have a special night at the football game. Oh wow, free tickets for all your members. Let them all come and cheer on, and I think that they're doing us an advantage, but it's nothing. What does that bring to our people? Nothing. They have an outing. We can buy all their tickets and bring them ourselves. Yeah. I think what is happening right now is that the city of Regina, they need to sit down with us and they need to understand that they sit in Treaty 4 land. And you know what? Our Treaty 4 governance table, we need to look at that governance table and we need to start talking about our resources and our lands through that Treaty 4 governance table. Why aren't we talking about it? We blocked that #1 highway. We had Enbridge write us a check for $32 million to continue to meet with them. What happened to that? Where's the oil pipes? They're building pipes right through the city right now. How come we're not involved with that? This is our land. This is our territory. And they want to come in here and pick a ball team over us. So, you know what? This is the first time I'm sharing really a lot of stuff with you. I spent years with the veterans mic, right since I was 14 years old, listening to them cry, listening to them in their meetings. I'd be laying on a chair, listening to my dad. I don't know why I was always with my dad. I was probably the cop because I had a big mouth. I don't know. But I was always in those veterans meetings, and I could still hear them crying, standing up crying. All what they thought they were going to get when they got home, and they got nothing. All the horrible, horrific things that they've seen. Torture, their comrades' heads getting shot off next to them. But after all that talking, all what happened, they all came together. All Saskatchewan veterans came together. Perry Bellegarde was a chief that time, and they went for compensation. I can't remember how much money that they wanted that time, but it was lots. And I'm pretty sure they only ended up getting $15,000 each for compensation.
Yeah. There's a lot of things our young people need to know. I give this to you, and whoever listens to it, I pray that you learn the truth before you make a decision.
Yeah, I'll tell you a good little story here. That involves former Chief Pete DeBaugh, myself, Tommy, Mildred, and Pete's daughter. We had to go to Ottawa. There was an emergency meeting with AFN. So we had no money from the band, so we chipped in with all ourselves. And we said, well, just make it over there and we'll bum our way back. Old Pete said. He was a good talker, you know. I liked him. So we got a jump and we got 36 hours to be there. So we had to drive right from Muscopetting in Tommy's old 72 van. No air conditioning and it was hot. Fucking steady drive all the way 36 hours to Ottawa. Then we'd go and stand in the lobby and Tommy would say, is this what you call lobbying, Pete? He says, we're standing in the lobby trying to get important people to talk to, you know, for our claims and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, yeah. My mom was Mary Ann Ketchamonia from Kamsack, from Cody's, not Cody's, Kizikos, Ketchamonia, Big Moniash or something it means. That was my mom. My dad was Vincent Anaquad, Tom Anaquad's boy. And he married Genova Thorne from Pasqua. And that's who my kokum was. So when I was 4, my mother died. And then when I was 7, my dad died. So we were stuck in Labret there. And my kokum and my Mushroom Tom Asham that time, they decided to raise me and my sister Eva in Anaquad. She married a McLeod, Alfred McLeod. Yeah. So that's where I came from, my roots. But when I was very small, I was on Muscopetting, just above Skunk Hollow on top the hill there, Gambler Hill. And boy, it was tough. But I didn't think of it as tough. It was just the way we lived. Like, I had to sit we were starving. I had to sit and snare gophers with string. And my sister, Dad showed me how. She said my dad was a good hunter. He was a good snarer. He says, you don't need a gun. He says, you can snare deers, you can snare moose, you can snare gophers, he said. So I had to sit by that hole, and the gopher hole's there, and have the string, and you got to have your stick ready. And you don't look at that hole, and that gopher will pop his head out. As soon as he's around that, you jerk that string and you hit him. And that's your meal, You get a meal. Gophers taste good, especially the ones that are fat. They're like little pork chops, and full of fat. They taste good. Ate lots of those. And fish, we'd get fish from the marsh down there, and all those big suckers and carp, haul them up, and there was a slough by the house, and we'd put them there. You'd have about 6 or something like that. So when we needed a fish, we'd go in that slough and we'd catch them and throw them out. And that's the way we kept our fish. We had no freezers or anything and no power. So that's the way it was. It was tough. Everybody had a tough time. The government never seemed to give us enough food because we were sure needed food. That was our biggest issue. Yeah, at that time, I just moved to Muscopetting with my wife, and they put our house by old Pat's. And I knew old Pat was our chief from way back, and it was in
in his last years there. I had the privilege of visiting him and listening to his stories, because he said Cheekuk was his uncle. I don't know on his mom's side or his dad's side. I think on his dad's side. And old Kitchi Anaquad was part of the clan too. He was related in there somehow. They were either cousins or brothers or whatever. That time, yeah. So, and he told me mostly about Kanokamau. He was worried about Kanokamau that time. Yeah. Well, Pat, he says, that's ours, he says. Well, Cheekuk, he says, he lived only 1 year after we signed treaty and then he passed away. Yeah. He was gone. It's like, but there was 7 reserves there. And Pat had drawn a map and it was in the FSIN archives. Where those 7 reserves are. 4 on the other side and the other 3 on this side. Those Muscopheeding, Pasquas, and Pipots. They always said Pasquas shouldn't be there. Well, he was there because Pasquas and Muscopheeding were one band at the time of treaty. And Pasquas was the leader of the warriors. He wanted his own reserve, so we decided to split. That way it would be better. But we'd be together like Muscopheeding. Kneeswa Pits sit together. That's how they named that place like that. We were actually one band. They were the warriors and us, we were the old people and the younger people. And the warriors, but we still lived together, but we were 2 bands now. And the agreement with the federal government was that Cheekuk wanted all there were 13 main nations here in this territory. In our Treaty 4 territory, that kind of bossed the territory. Because eight years before treaty, we had a war with the Blackfoots. Where the Qu'Appelle meets the Saskatchewan, that's where it happened. Now, the history I heard about was that there was about 300 warriors killed at that time, on both sides, like. So we signed an agreement for the Blackfoots to stay on the other side, and see, the buffalo would come from their wintering grounds through here. By now they'd be by Swift Current around there. And our teepee rings are always one camp away. You see, we got the teepee rings across the valley from my place there. There was over 300 teepee rings there. Old Morris Anaquad said, That's what his dad told him, old Tom Anaquad. So that's how we had it there. All those. We made a deal, and that's how we kept them, and then we followed the buffalo. They go around Swift Current, and then they go along that river, and Plentywood that way, they come back. And then again in the fall they cross. It's like in Africa, it used to be where all those millions of animals crossed. Every year they cross the same place. Well, that's how they crossed in the Qu'Appelle. Fort Qu'Appelle was the main crossing. That's how we made our home reserves there, because there's always food going to come when they come back. And to winter, they're going to have their young. And they go back in the parklands, Touchwood Hills and Porcupine Hills and Wild Hills. Buffalo go back to where they were born. Cheekuk didn't want to sign treaty that first year. They had forgotten to include the medicine chest clause. So a bunch of our Soto warriors, that's what they call us, troublesome Soto of the Qu'Appelle. The government called us that, Graham and them. But we sent our warriors up to Treaty 6, where they were signing treaty. And he says a bunch of troublesome warriors from the Qu'Appelle came up. We got to include that medicine chest clause. We forgot to include that. Because at that time, it's when Sir John A. Macdonald
He gave us those poison blankets, the smallpox blankets. I read one report, someplace was about 1,200 of our lodges were in the Capel, and they gave us those blankets. And then out of those 1,200 lodges, you average about 5 people per lodge. We're talking close to like 5,000 people. Right? So anyway, when they gave us those blankets, within a month, 2/3 of those lodges were dead. Yeah? Only the old people lived, the very, very old and the very, very young babies and stuff. Seemed like the healthy got really hit hard by that smallpox. That's why to this day, we don't like Sir John A. Macdonald. Was no good to us. They call him Father of Confederation. A lot of our First Nations, that's bullshit, they said. He was trying to exterminate us. That was the business of the day there. People were starving in the prairies. They knew if they came to our reserve, they wouldn't be refused. We'd help them. That's why he became the leader. These other nations knew if they had trouble, we'd help them, and like that. Because that's where Alexander Morris in Fort Capel says, you guys are not from here. Hell, we roamed this territory long before they were here, you know. We followed the buffalo. We had to be 2 days' ride from the buffalo because they moved, then you had to go with your camp to the next. That's why you have the teepee rings spaced about. You got the teepee rings at Muscatine, you got the teepee rings at Pinocamo, and so on and so on. And everybody knew their own teepee rings, that's their own plot of land. Here's our rocks, this is where we put our teepee every year as you go through. It wasn't like nobody knew nothing. We all knew our own real estate. And you went with your family, and there's my dad's teepee rings, and you set up again. That's how it was.
My name is Mike Adjakude, my English name. My Indian name is Thunderbird's Call. It's very easy, and that was given to me by my grandfather, James Iron Eagle of the Pasqua First Nation, head lodgeman for the Rain Dance Lodge. And I was 5 years old when he gave me that name. I remember that morning. On my family side, my dad is Anthony Capo. His dad is Billy Capo. His dad would be Morris Capo, Headman Morris Capo, who was brother to Chief Pat Capo. So Chief Pat Capo is said to have been a grandson of Chief Cheekuk. So there seems to be some direct lineage in our family line, and quite proud and honored about that. On my mother's side, Tammy Adjakude, she's from Kawasis First Nation. Her mother was Marlene Adjakude. Her mother was Alma Watach, and I believe her mother was Marigold Whitebird from Muscatine as well. So that's my family. My early career in life started off very young. I was fortunate to be elected as a tribal chief at the age of 23 years old, and that gave me an opportunity to experience opportunities most young people wouldn't have. So I was exposed to a lot of dignitaries on all fronts, mayors, police chiefs, ministerial members of cabinet on a provincial level, federal level, premiers, prime ministers, governor generals, all things that a young 23-year-old wouldn't normally have access to. But I certainly recognize that unique privilege I had, and certainly try and make the best of it today. During my time there, I was given the responsibility of many chairmanships of entities that the Tribal Council controlled. So with that came the responsibility of chairmanship for Regina Treaty Status Indian Services, or the Gathering Place, Silver Sage Housing Corporation, the All Nations Healing Hospital, and leading Thunderbird Lodge were entities that I assumed chairmanship during my time as the tribal chief for File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council. During my time in Regina,
I was privileged to sign the Urban Protocol Declaration of Understanding with Mayor Pat Fiacco. And what that agreement was signaling out Regina Treaty Status Indian Services as the go-to organization when dealing with First Nations issues in the city of Regina. At the time, there were many community-based organizations suddenly popping up in North Central to capitalize on all of the incoming Indigenous monies that were being proposed by the provincial and federal governments. Well, this agreement would properly single out our organization as the go-to for First Nations people in the city of Regina. And rightfully so, that entity is owned by the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council members and the Touchwood Agency Tribal Council. So rightfully so, the entity should be the go-to number one focus when dealing with Indigenous people. So the agreement allowed us to build relationships on that front. But part of one of my exciting pursuits there was assisting in the Treaty 4 and Treaty 6 Enbridge Days of Action. In 2008, Chief Sheldon Watney from the Red Pheasant First Nation was having complications with Enbridge Pipeline. And there weren't many procurement opportunities presenting themselves. So Chief Watney reached out to Treaty 4, that being the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council, to coordinate an effort to apply pressure to the Enbridge company. So over a period of 5 days in 2008, Treaty 6 and Treaty 4 coordinated efforts to take over the Enbridge compound sites in Saskatchewan. And we were very, very direct participants in that. It was the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council who coordinated the media efforts on that whole initiative. Solomon Sear, in fact, was our communications consultant on that. But Edmund Bellegarde played a pinnacle role in ensuring that an agreement was made. On the final night of that whole situation, we were sitting on the Waschuk compound headquarters off the number 1 highway. We had just taken over the number 1 highway with horsemen, chiefs with bonnets, making our point that Treaty 4 and Treaty 6 are standing together to address the injustices around procurement opportunities. Well, our chiefs rode down to the Waschuk headquarters. We set up a teepee and we took over the number 1. On the last night of that cause, we were sitting in the ditch, myself, Chief Roger Redmond, Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation, Chief Barry Kennedy of the Carry the Kettle First Nation, Chief Denton George Ochapowace First Nation, and Gary Arcand, which was Lawrence Joseph's principal advisor at the time, Lawrence Joseph being the FSIN chief. That evening, Chief Denton George looked over at Solomon Sear and I and said, "You boys, you take that teepee, that last teepee, you take that and you take over the final compound site on this whole initiative." And that was the Glenavon compound station. In the middle of the night, Chief Denton George directed us to take our teepee and set it up in the entrance of Enbridge. Sure enough, Chief Kennedy coordinated some young men from Carry the Kettle to assist us. Some Ashtahunk boys come and put up the teepee that night. 3 a.m, we surprised Enbridge workers before they got to their compound that there was a teepee sitting up in their entrance. We were supported with the RCMP, but the RCMP officer at the time was maybe 25 years old. We ourselves were only 26, 27 years old, fighting, standing up against rural Saskatchewan at an Enbridge compound site. That night was the first time, I believe, a Treaty 4 flag was ever held in occupation. And that night we stood our ground on sovereignty and the right to Indigenous participation. 12 p.m. the next day, we got word from headquarters that an agreement had been made. We were able to take down our teepee, pack up, and head back to the final negotiation. So from that event spawned Saskatchewan's Indigenous procurement participation. Indigenous engagement was now a priority in Saskatchewan, and Muscopheating led that charge. Chief Liz Pratt was instrumental in all of that movement. Chief Roger Redmond, Chief Barry Kennedy, Chief Denton George, Chief Sheldon Watney. So these are some of the exciting things that I got to participate in during my time as tribal chief for the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council. I moved off into being a headman for our nation in 2012. We were fortunate to be able to be in a position to settle our flood claim, which we've heard about for decades. Well, there in 2012, through the great work of Dwayne Stonechild and Stonechild in Racine, we were able to come to an agreement of $32 million to offset the losses that we experienced on that flood claim. That was my time as headman. I was elected chief in 2016. Had a great, challenging time there with respect to our 1909 claim, I think in 2016. After 2 failed attempts prior, we regrouped, worked with Ron Maurice law firm, and in 2016, our 1909 claim received validation from Canada that this claim finally met the minimum requirements to be a specific claim. And that was huge for our community. For decades and decades, we heard of our 1909 claim. We didn't realize it was rejected twice prior. But in 2016, we received our first letter from Canada that our claim met the minimum requirements. And that was exciting because that set the trajectory of our community. 2020, Chief Tavita and the council were the instrumental leadership that took us over that finish line, and we commend them today for that, because now we're able to invest in necessary infrastructure at home and look at economic development opportunities for the future. So when I was chief, that was quite a monumental stage for that claim, and today we get to receive those benefits. So those are some of my exciting times on leadership, and certainly been an honor representing our community to the best that I can. And over these years, I've tried to utilize my skills to the best that I can for our people, our community, our cause. That's what I intend to do going forward. But the reason we landed here was in 2021, Chief Tavita and the council participated in a strategic planning session with Bob Barker, the former chief of Siksika First Nation, who facilitated a 3-day workshop with our leadership. And during that presentation, Chief Barker cornered us on our history of our community, our treaty signature. And we didn't have that information. We didn't understand fully who our signature to Treaty 4 was. So he pressed us further on our creation stories and at least rely on those. And still in our community, we haven't fully gathered that for our people. So we left that strategic planning session knowing that work had to be done. And from there, Chief Tavita and the council commissioned Joan Holmes and Associates to look deeply into who Chief Cheekuk was, who Chief Muscopheating was, and how we landed here today under Chief Muscopheating as opposed to our original signature. So from that strategic planning session, we were able to now look at who we were as a community. And it wasn't easy. There wasn't much information available for us. Everybody has done their own individual digging and turning over of rocks and stones, as they say. It was challenging. So we had to start someplace, and we reached out to Joan Holmes and Associates, a reputable research and analytical firm that does this type of work primarily for specific claims. So when we reached out to them, we were very clear on give us as much information you can on Chief Cheekuk, his history, how he controlled the territory, and who Chief Muscopheating was, and how the transition happened, and how come nobody shares that today with us. So that's been part of our pursuit today, is trying to gather as much information as we can on Chief Cheekuk, on Chief Muscopheating, so we can gather that for our children, our future generations who aren't here yet, who want to use these documents and this video archived information as tools and resources for their own information, their own research. And we need to be proud of our community, proud of our chief, proud of our signature. And if you have information as a community, bring that forward to us. Share that. If there's maps, share that. If you have photos, share that. That's for our children, our grandchildren, and those who are yet unborn. We're trying to put a picture together for them, solve this puzzle on Chief Cheekuk, and hopefully our community can come together and bring those pieces for that puzzle. That's what we're hoping to achieve from all this. We had to start someplace, and we reached out to Joan Hunt and Associates, a reputable research and analytical firm that does this type of work, primarily for specific claims. So when we reached out to them, we were very clear on give us as much information you can on Chief Cheekuk, his history, how he controlled the territory, who Chief Muscatine was, and how the transition happened, and how come How come nobody shares that today with us? So that's been part of our pursuit today, is trying to gather as much information as we can on Chief Cheekuk, on Chief Muscatine, so we can gather that for our children, our future generations who aren't here yet, who want to use these documents and this video archived information as tools and resources for their own information, their own research. And we need to be proud of our community, proud of our chief, proud of our signature. And if you have information as a community, bring that forward to us. Share that. If there's maps, share that. If you have photos, share that. That's for our children, our grandchildren, and those who are yet unborn. We're trying to put a picture together for them, solve this puzzle on Chief Cheekuk, and hopefully our community can come together and bring those pieces for that puzzle. That's what we're hoping to achieve from all this.
Hi, thank you, Anaquad Videography. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that may have been 2 hours, but it was really worth it. And I want to thank all of our participants who participated in that entire process and that gave us some valuable information on our community and our history. So I want to thank Chief Liz Pratt for giving a lot of personal stories as part of this process. I want to thank you. And I want to acknowledge our headwomen, Rhonda Rosebluff in the black too, our headman Byron Toto and headman Terrence Capo, who we're all part of our leadership team today and certainly proud to be here with you. I see Jeff wants to do some door prizes here quickly, so I think he's already got some names. First winner is Charity Crow. You've got yourself a, what is it, $500?
I don't know.
We don't actually, don't have. Oh, $50. My apologies, $50. Charity Crow, first winner. Is she here?
You gotta be in attendance.
Yeah, she's here. Okay, next winner. Wendy Rosebluff, the winner of another $50 President's Choice Happy Holidays gift card. Guess we're getting early on Happy Holidays, eh? Next winner, Crystal Weeson. Oh, yes, here we go in the far back. $50. Oh, sorry, here we go. Left this young man standing in here. My apologies. And Wendy Rosebluff? Hi. That takes us to the next part of our program. We would like to introduce to you our friends from Joan Homes and Associates, and I want to get their names proper. I'd like to call on President Tara Smock and historian Julia Monachorio. Oh, Monachorio. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did that wrong. People say my name horribly, and I tried to do yours right. My apologies. We'll bring up Joan Homes and Associates, who will now take over their portion of the agenda, and this is some of the exciting stuff. So give us a few moments to set up, grab another coffee. We got another 7 hours ahead of us. I'm just kidding. We'll take a few minutes to get going, and then I'll hand it over to them. You just probably... And just for information, the 2-hour Anaquad videography production will be available on YouTube and on our Facebook page in the next couple of hours here once we properly put that up. But it's available for everybody to view, and we encourage everyone to watch it. And if you have any information as a family that you would like to share, please bring that forward. We're going to look at doing another exercise like this in a couple of months to capture some other members of our community who may not have had an opportunity to bring something forward. But I know we have some other leadership that we'd like to engage, and some of our old former chiefs who weren't able to make it as part of this process. But we continue as a community to try and find as much information on our chiefs as we can, and we ask everyone to work with us. So I think we're ready here. I'm going to introduce Tara Smock, maybe, sorry, I'm bad here. Tara Smock from Joan Homes and Associates to take over. Floor is yours. Let's give her a warm welcome to Treaty 4 territory. This is her first time. Tomorrow, I'm taking them to tour our territory in Regina Beach, Canuckamau. I'm going to take them to Musquepeting, to Fort Qu'Appelle, the Treaty 4 grounds themselves, and the First Nations University of Canada, just to show them our community. And as we say here, this is all Musquepeting land, so we want to show them our territory. The floor is now yours, Tara. One more round of applause, Joan Holmes and Associates. And thank you all for staying. For those who were able to make it through that presentation, we've had some small audio matters on our end with the monitors, but I believe the online screening was flawless, so I'm glad that that worked out. I'll now turn it over to Tara and Julia. Ladies and gentlemen, Tara Smock.
Thanks, Mike. That's a hard act to follow. Okay. So, can you go to the next one? Yep. So, a little bit about who we are. We are a historical research firm. Our office is in Ottawa, close to the archives and the offices of what used to be called the Department of Indian Affairs, which still has a lot of records. And so we do research, and we've been doing it. Actually, yesterday was the 41-year anniversary of when our company was founded by Joan Holmes, who's mostly retired now. And she was actually born in Yorkton and moved to Ottawa when she was a kid with her family and got interested in doing research. So it's an honor to be invited here to your territory and to have worked on this project. We have done quite a bit of work on First Nations histories in Saskatchewan and in Treaty 4, and have even done some research about Musquepeting in the past. Next slide. So we were chosen because we have some expertise in locating and reading and interpreting historical documents. Doing historical research requires quite a bit of technical know-how, and we prepare written reports and transcripts of documents and databases for the specific claims tribunal, for new claim submissions, for litigation. Most of the work that we do is on behalf of First Nations. We do a little bit of work for government, but mostly we do work for First Nations. And we do a lot of work with the lawyers that represent them. And we don't really get to do that much one-on-one communication and collaboration with communities. So it's kind of a treat for us to come here and to hear all of those powerful and beautiful words that were spoken in the video and by others here tonight. You're up. We're gonna take turns.
I forgot my glasses. I'm so sorry. I'm blind as a bat. Yeah, so you're looking at the 1875 pay list. I've never used a mic before, can you tell? And it's really cool. It's basically one of the first records, or if not the first, written record of your First Nation, your ancestors. You probably want to take a few minutes to have a look. If there's anything you can't read, I'm happy to point it out to you. This is a publicly available document. You can download it on the internet. All the pay lists up until 1909 are publicly available. So we all want to know where we come from, who we're connected to, how past events and actions taken by our ancestors laid the groundwork for the lives we lead today. Professional historical research helps uncover information that has been lost and sheds new light on the stories that have been passed down. We've learned interesting things about your ancestors, and your stories are crucial pieces of the puzzle. And we hope to help preserve them for future generations. The written record captures interactions between settlers and their institutions, and Indigenous groups and individuals. Records of these interactions could come about intentionally because of policy, like when HBC traders are recording a commercial transaction, or the clergy is recording a baptism or a marriage, or government employees creating annuity pay lists to track expenditures and create a census. Or they could result from a special event, such as a meeting of leaders to negotiate a treaty. But they could also be the result of happenstance, like when people meet out and about, explorers and surveyors encountering Indigenous people in the field. Before the treaty era, when there were no government officials or media outlets on the scene, if a person had no reason to interact with traders or with the clergy directly, the likelihood of them appearing in the written record was entirely reliant on happenstance, and the author considering that the interaction was remarkable enough to be worth writing about. For example, so-called pagans do not appear in regular church records, but they can show up in a priest's personal journal if that priest had a memorable experience with them. Their representation in that journal could depend on the priest's views and on his purpose in communicating the story of the interaction. Most surviving historic Indigenous perspectives preserved in government documents, such as the record of the Treaty 4 negotiations, were filtered twice, first by the interpreter and second by the secretary who was recording it in writing. And that's just the minimum filtration, because then somebody might copy that document, and then somebody else might publish that document, and sometimes words get changed or lost or altered. Some notable exceptions include records created by authors of mixed heritage, such as letters and reports from early Indian agents like Angus Mackay, who was a prominent Métis politician who served as the first Treaty 4 agent on the strong recommendation of Lieutenant Governor Morris and the Executive Council of Manitoba. Historic records were fragile and often irreplaceable. Many records have been lost due to floods, fires, neglect, and the sands of time. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to like stand on my toes. How do I make it so it's shorter? Can I just bend it? I don't really, is that? Oh, so it's under, or I can hold it. Now I look like a YouTuber. What do you think? Does it work? All right, okay, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. Okay. So, one thing we've learned in the course of our research is that identity is less about a person or a group's genes and more about personal and shared experiences. Cheekuk lived when the Iron Alliance, or Iron Confederacy, which was an alliance of Cree, Assiniboine, Saulteaux, and Métis, was prevalent on the northern plains. All the people were related by blood or other kinship ties, with family members spread far and wide. This group knew no international boundary, traveling, hunting, and trading over vast distances. With horses in summer and dogs in winter, they covered a huge expanse of land that stretched from Fort Edmonton on the North Saskatchewan, southeast to the Missouri River and the Turtle Mountain Pembina area. At the time, outsiders writing about these people had a tendency to try to separate them into distinct ethnicities, often failing to recognize the depths of the interrelationships between them. Other times, they simply failed to recognize who was who. Photography was a novelty at this time, and camera equipment was really cumbersome and delicate and fragile. And a lot of people still thought that sketches and paintings were better. So early professional photographers' choice of subject matter was determined by what made them the most money. Unlike scientists and surveyors who were experimenting with this new medium, photographers had no interest in documenting reality. Hence, care was not always taken in recording the names and/or details of the subjects if they were recorded at all. We searched high and low for a photo of Cheekuk to no avail so far. But we haven't given up yet. I like to think this photo, whose subject is unidentified, could be Cheekuk. The photo appears to have been taken sometime in the late 19th century and features an elderly gentleman who appears to have Anishinaabe cultural links based on his headdress and the war club he is holding, likely a prized possession from the time of his youth. The circular object on his chest could be a treaty medal. Is this Cheekuk? I have no idea, but it could be. I think that's, yeah. Yeah, it's cute now.
Okay. So in the 1820s, when Cheekuk was likely a young man, there wasn't much interaction happening with outsiders west of the Assiniboine River. Traders knew of the Qu'Appelle Lakes, but not much beyond that. But from the 1840s to the 1870s, the demand for the products of the buffalo hunt and the pemmican that fueled the fur trade and the robes that kept people warm led to the near extinction of buffalo. As they became increasingly scarce in the 1860s and 70s, the hunters who were relying on them for trade and subsistence pushed farther and farther west, sometimes into Blackfoot territory. They began to merge into large allied camps of the Iron Confederacy, with Cree, Saulteaux, Assiniboine, Métis joining together for protection. Between 1869 and 1872, seriously on the decline compared to the time of Cheekuk's youth, the buffalo were still pretty plentiful in the Qu'Appelle Valley and around Last Mountain Lake, and the camps were able to split into smaller subgroups if remaining within their own territory. Preceded by a short-lived Anglican mission near the Qu'Appelle Lakes in the 1860s, the Hudson's Bay Company established a post at present-day Fort Qu'Appelle and were sending traders out with goods to supply hunters. Métis hunters and traders traveled frequently through the territory and overwintered. Isaac Cowie, the HBC clerk and trader stationed at Fort Qu'Appelle and Last Mountain Lake for 6 years, leading up to the signing of Treaty 4, reported on August 7th of 1869 that he came to the small camp of Miskopitang, consisting of a few Crees and Saulteaux on a branch of the Arm River, where they had many stages heavily laden with pemmican, dried meat, and grease, and that there were enough men, including Daystar, who considered themselves warriors and chiefs in the camp, to fill a council lodge. And you can see the river on the map. So this was the earliest reference that we had found to Muscophetan in the records. That was in 1869. So a number of years before the treaty. But we're still looking. Yeah. 3 years later, Cowie claimed that the Dakota had approached him about establishing some trade relations at Fort Qu'Appelle. He warned them that the Cree and the Saulteaux didn't welcome them there, and they had been persecuted by the American military after the Sioux Uprising and had been visiting Fort Qu'Appelle since as early as 1868, secretly. But in 1872, they made a formal move to come into the territory, and Cowie discouraged them and said it would be against the wishes of the Cree and the Saulteaux. But they came anyway, and they said that they wouldn't hold the HBC responsible for any attack. So Cowie wrote that there were about the lakes a large enough number of Saulteaux at that time to outnumber the Sioux, which only consisted of about 30 warriors, Sioux warriors. The Saulteaux head men were Pasang, Osoup, and Cheekuk, all good friends of mine, Cowie's, and disposed to be reasonable in general. But when I asked them to allow the delegation, which was bound to come, to do so and depart in peace, the hereditary enmity was too strong for them to tie their own hands and those of their young men by making unqualified promise. So, in other words, the Dakota Sioux were not welcome in the territory. So Cowie enlisted a Métis escort for the Dakota and warned the Saulteaux not to approach the place. This was the first mention of Cheekuk that we found in the historical record.
During its heyday around the time of Treaty 4, Fort Qu'Appelle was the focal point of a network of prairie trails, a place everyone passed through to get supplies and gossip. So it became a hub for settlers and their institutions. After the HBC transferred its territory to the Dominion government in 1869, they sent surveyors to demarcate areas that would be reserved from the sale. Indigenous leaders learned of the sale when they ran into the surveyors. As they'd been pressing the Dominion for a treaty for some time, learning the HBC had sold the land out from under them for a cool 300,000 pounds sterling was hard to take and became a major bone of contention during the Treaty 4 negotiations. The HBC surveyors weren't the only ones working in unceded lands. At the same time, the International Boundary Commission was traveling slightly north of the 49th parallel, employing Métis scouts known as the 49th Rangers as guides, translators, and diplomats to keep the peace. The Canadian Pacific Railway Company also sent surveyors to explore and map out the best route for the promised transcontinental railway that had served to get the provinces to buy into Confederation. At the time, Fort Qu'Appelle was considered an obvious choice to be the local capital, though ultimately the railway was run through Pile of Bones, which is Regina, in later years. All these people were working in lands that didn't belong to them on behalf of organizations that didn't own them, and Indigenous groups were rightfully upset. Next one, please. How did Cheekuk respond to this situation? We're still learning. So far we know Indigenous leaders were pressuring the government for a treaty to protect their rights, but we've yet to find his name in the record. However, it was common for chiefs to appoint spokespeople as messengers or during negotiations. And interestingly, both of the individuals Cowie mentions in association with Cheekuk are found in the record. Pasung is recognized as a headman on Cheekuk and Muscophetan pay lists, and he was outspoken in the historical record for taking government officials to task regarding treaty obligations and inadequacies when the Governor General visited Fort Qu'Appelle in 1881. Osoup was Chief Cowess's, am I saying that right? Cowess's half-brother. Sorry if I'm getting all the names wrong. I don't speak Saulteaux or Cree, unfortunately. So Osoup was a headman with Cowess's and later a chief in his own right, and he was a prominent spokesman for Indigenous rights. He was Métis and Assiniboine, but identified himself and was regarded as Ojibwa, and specifically Plains Saulteaux. Historical records don't always tell the whole story. Isaac Cowie saw Muscophetan and Cheekuk as leaders, but did not identify them as chiefs. But he didn't consider Piapot a chief either. This is because by his definition, a regular chief was somebody appointed by the HBC, who was also recognized in that role by his people. Some information from oral history collected and transcribed in the 1970s from elder and former leader Pat Capo and his son John has become part of the written record. Pat Capo spoke of Cheekuk as his grandfather, explaining that Cheekuk's name means upholder of all good spirits and of all good things. He said that Cheekuk was a head chief with 600 lodges, containing between 6 and 10 people per lodge. So that's a lot of people. That's like between 4,600 and 6,000 people, which is basically the entire population of the Treaty 4 territory in the 1870s. He directed a band survey of the reserve, but fell ill near Craven, which at the time was known as Great Forks, before it was complete, and died en route to Qu'Appelle. And Pat Capo said that Cheekuk is buried west of the Piapot boundary line in the valley. Pat also described the boundaries of a large area he said Cheekuk had been involved in surveying for his people, including erecting stone monuments delineating a tract of around 900 square miles. Oh, next one, please. So, what we do know is that Cheekuk spoke up at the September 1874 Capel Treaty negotiations and was quoted in the published account of the proceedings produced by Treaty Commissioner and Lieutenant Governor Alexander Morris, who did not identify him as a chief at the time, but it translated his name as the Worthy One. The interpreter on the treaty document signed that year was Charles Pratt, who also adhered to treaty as George Gordon Ticket 6 and whose direct descendants transferred to Muscopheating in 1917. Muscopheating ancestor Pierre Poitras also appears on the treaty document as a witness. The government qualification to be recognized as a treaty chief was that the leader had to be selected by his tribe and show he could muster a band of followers and have at least 20 tents under him. So tents, we saw before, is between 6 and 10 people. So not a huge following to be recognized as a chief, but significant. This is what Okanese, who was the son of prominent chief Macasis and Pasqua's half-brother, and also Kakawistaha's nephew, was told when he wasn't recognized as a chief by government officials at the 1874 negotiations. The following year, when he returned for annuities, he was recognized. So if Mikey, if you'll come up here and give me a hand, I think we'll have to just stand beside each other because otherwise I'm going to mess up this mic. So Mike's going to be Cheekuk, and I'm going to be Lieutenant Governor Morris. Which side do you want to stand on?
I'll stand.
So the ones with M, that's you, okay?
All right, so they have me reading as if I'm Chief
Yeah.
Cheekuk here. So,
Yeah, because
okay.
you've got the voice. Like, you need a podcast, man. All right. So whenever I'm talking, I'm Lieutenant Governor Morris, and whenever Mike's talking, he's Cheekuk. I want to hear the voice of those who are here. They can speak for themselves and for those who are away.
My ears are open to what you say. Just now the Great Spirit is watching over us. It is good. He knows the strength and power is overlooking our doings. I want very much to be good in what we are doing and to talk about. And our chiefs will take you by the hand just now.
Oh, the narrator says, the chiefs now rose and shook hands with the commissioners.
Now I'm going to tell you, and you say with your ears, and you say your ears are open. You see the Copal Lake Indians that you wish to see. You hear me speak, but there are many far away, and that they're the reason I cannot speak for these children who are trying to get something to eat. The Crees, my child, is not here. The Soto, my child, is not here. The young dogs are not here. The Stonies, my children, are not here. This is not the number you see. I am telling you this. I think I have opened my mind.
I know you are not all here. We never could get you all together, but you know what is good for you and for your children. When I met the Soto last year, we had not 4,000 there, but there were men like you who knew what was good for themselves, for their wives, for their children, and those not born. What we are ready to give you will be given to those who are not here. If we had not your good at heart, we would not have been here, and we would not have labored these many days. If our hearts were not warm towards you, and if we did not believe what we are doing would be for your good as children of our Queen, I have said all.
$20 we want to be put in our hand every year. This is what we've heard from others. $25 to each chief.
If I understand you all right, you are mistaken. The Soto did not get $25 per head. They get $5 every year. We promised them $5 every year, and a messenger was sent this year to pay them that sum. Pretty neat that Cheekuk is like, hey man, I'm upselling you on this.
Yes, I didn't realize, like, I was reading Cheekuk's words that he spoke during treaty time, and I didn't know you were going to have me do this, and I'm quite an honor to actually read these words, and I think these kinds of moments are important for us as a community, that you share some of his actual words that are referenced in these documents, so very powerful. Thank you.
I'm glad that was a good experience for you. You were the best person to do it. Absolutely.
Treaty 4. So what did the people agree to? To put it in simple terms, under Treaty 4, people are promised land for each family, annuities, farming equipment, supplies, instruction, and the freedom to continue the traditional means of sustaining themselves outside of their reserves. The government considered that they gave up their right to land in other areas in exchange. But we don't have to tell you about the disconnect here because you've been dealing with this for 150 years. Your ancestors knew what was coming, that the buffalo hunting days were coming to an end, and that more and more people were moving onto their lands, and that violence wasn't a solution. So they sought help and protection from the representatives of the people who stood to benefit from their sacrifice. And they made an agreement, a sacred trust between nations. And they were disappointed. Indigenous people's honor and powers of recollection were well known by those who interacted with them. Sir Sandford Fleming's secretary, George Grant, wrote a diary on the travels from the Great Lakes to the Pacific, exploring land for the CPR. He had this to tell those who had never encountered an Indigenous person, quote, "My friend, the Indian, is a man, and God has implanted the sense of justice in the breast of all men. To the Indian, his land, his fishing ground is as important as it would be to you, and the memory of his fathers may be as sacred. Something more than making a treaty is needed. It must be kept to the letter and in the spirit. I'm not aware that the Indians ever broke a treaty that was fairly and solemnly made. They believe in the sanctity of an oath." And I will edit it there. Next. So what have we heard from elders thus far? During the course of researching the project, several things came to light that resulted in some unexpected modifications to the focus. It all turns out to be more complex than we could have expected. And for some things have really only scratched the surface. Some of the information about the first two chiefs, their background, their offspring, their impact, the land selection process, which came from elders, doesn't necessarily always correspond to the historical record. We need to dig deeper, and we need to hear the stories and also see any documents or maps that people might have in their possession, as Mike said in the video. What do people know or have that can help to understand places of importance to your First Nation, to the places that should be protected, places that were chosen, the resources, how they may have been shared, such as in and around Regina, north and northwest of Capel. New research will likely shed more light on the chief's research that we have already partially done, and to how these two leaders might have shaped the whole community. And we see that there are connections with other communities too. As people have rightfully pointed out, there are some methodological challenges of what we've found so far, and some of the oral histories that we have accessed can serve as an avenue for further research and may not have been gathered for the purpose with which we're looking at them now, but they're still useful. And we've been trying to look at the sources with as little interpretation as possible and to think about it all very critically and without bias. We would love to be able to come back and do some interviews and be able to review any new information that community members have as we continue to do our research, and that might yield more information about Cheekuk and his origins and his importance, and also Muscopetans.
All right, so I know this is kind of an interesting question to the elders and members of the community about what the research shows about the leadership transition. Cheekuk was recognized by the government as a chief when he adhered to treaty on September 9th, 1875, and told officials he wanted a reserve at Devil's Lake. When the commissioners showed up at Fort Capel to pay annuities and obtain adhesions from anyone who'd been absent in 1874, they discovered that many leaders thought the previous year's discussion had not been a binding agreement and that the terms were open to renegotiation before making a final commitment. Did I jump ahead? Oh, okay. That's okay. The chiefs were advised that the previous year's agreement was the government's best offer. So Cheekuk was given a boilerplate agreement to sign. A boilerplate agreement is like a blank copy of an agreement that anybody can sign. It's not like specifically customized to them. It was written because they knew that they were going to have a bunch of different chiefs adhering to treaty at that time. He adhered to treaty one day before all the other late adherents who joined that year, including Piapot. As was the case with all other signatories and late adherents, his signature was marked with an X, suggesting he touched the pen while the secretary drew the X on the document. This was a very common way of indicating treaty adhesion and signing at the time. Like, most of the treaty documents that survive show exactly what you see right there, which is the person's name and a little X. I don't know if you guys can read it, so I'll point at it just in case. Can we go back to the slide with the pay list on it? I'm sorry, I know that's going to mess things up a little bit, but... The 1875 annuity payment record for Cheekuk's band is unique among all Treaty 4 pay lists, as it lists Muscopetung's father, Te Pasang, translated as That Flies Low, as the first ticket holder. The first headman, shown, Pasang, is listed as ticket 26. Cheekuk, shown as chief, is ticket 27. The other headmen include ticket 28, and I think we were talking about this person, Ke Kwa Tuk Ke Me Skunk, translated as That Tries the Earth. We believe this individual was also known as Musco Capo or Albert Capo. And ticket 41, Gizik, also known as John Moore. Maskoa Petunk, Sets Hard, was given ticket 13. Other ancestors of note include ticket 9, Anaquad, the Clouds, and ticket 32, Mesaki Pines, Thunder Striking the Ground, or John Keepness, who was appointed headman in 1877. Now can we go back? Sorry. Um, 14. It was nearly a year after Cheekuk's death when on January 3rd, 1881, Indian agent A. MacDonald reported to Edgar Dewdney that Cheekuk's band wished to have their reserves surveyed as soon as they decide on the place, suggesting Muscopetung had yet to be formally recognized as chief, and that Cheekuk's former followers continued a nomadic existence. We don't know exactly when Muscopetung became chief. Based on pay lists, it was no later than the 1881 annuity payment of August 5th, 1881. Next. It's this one? Yeah, oh, this is such a cool map. So there's a couple things I'm going to point out to you because it's hard to see it on the map. I'm just going to walk over there and shout. Bear with me. Really? Oh yeah, you walk over there. You want to show them Devil's Lake? Okay, This blob is Devil's Lake. It's not marked there because it wasn't shown on this map. I had to stick it in myself, so sorry about how weird it looks. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is the forks. Can you see the forks up there? That's modern day Craven. Devil's Lake is the first place that Cheekuk asked for a reserve. It's now called Good Spirit Lake, yeah. Yeah. So when he adhered to treaty, Cheekuk told officials he wanted a reserve at Devil's Lake, now known as Good Spirit Lake, adjoining that of Muskowekwan. I hope that's the right way to pronounce that. I'm so sorry if it's not. Muskowakan? Oh, Muskowakan, okay. His band was described by Angus Mackay, the Treaty 4 agent, as chiefly of the Soto tribe, the rest being half-breeds. Mackay noted some band members had already made a small start at farming and that Cheekuk wanted his reserve surveyed ASAP. Surveyor Wagner, who had witnessed Cheekuk's adhesion on the treaty document, met with the head man of Cheekuk's band sometime in 1876, and a post was planted that was supposed to mark the dividing point between Cheekuk's and Muskowakan. Where did I? With a full survey scheduled for the spring of 1877. Cheekuk had been told he could have this reserve south and east of the lake, but not within 20 miles of the railway. As you will recall, there were surveyors out and about trying to map out the best possible route for the Canadian Pacific Transcontinental Railway at the time. And at this point in time, they thought it might go through that area. And we all know it went quite a bit further south than that. Sometime before he was to begin his survey, Wagner was advised by Lieutenant Governor Laird that the bands had located themselves at the Qu'Appelle River above the reserve surveyed for Pasqua's band in consideration that the survey of the reserve had not been done. So basically, they got tired of waiting around. The Indians, having erected houses and had also begun to cultivate some lands at the new place, it would be advisable to desist from the survey at Devil's Lake, is what Wagner was told. Cheekuk and his followers were not fully settled, however. In 1876, part of the group was paid treaty at Fort Walsh in the Cypress Hills, including 2 headmen. Pasung was the one first on the list. The other 2 headmen were paid in Qu'Appelle with Cheekuk, and Muscopheating and Te Pasung was also paid at Qu'Appelle that year. I think you can go to the next one. So things were getting pretty dire. I've included a quote here from the Northwest Mounted Police Officer stationed at Fort Walsh. It might have actually been Walsh, the guy that the Fort Walsh was named after. Fort Walsh was in the Cypress Hills, and people were finding that there were still buffalo there. So huge numbers of people were going there whenever it was time to hunt. But things were getting dire because in other places it was getting harder and harder to find them. So this officer wrote, "As long as the buffalo lasted, the Indian was self-supporting, independent and contented. Now, however, he's in a very different position. His only means of support is virtually gone, and he has to depend on the government for assistance, being forced in so doing to remain about police posts, Indian agencies, or other settlements. True, a very limited number of buffalo are still to be found south of the international boundary line, and this has been the means of keeping large numbers of Indians for a great portion of their time, at all events, out of the Northwest Territory. This cannot continue much longer. The Indians that do hunt for a living only manage to eke out a most miserable existence. Ere long, they will be unable even to do this, and will then return to this country. Thus, the Indian population will, to all intents and purposes, be increased. This population, too, will, irrespective of the aid received from government, be a starving one, a dangerous class requiring power as well as care and handling." So the government was worried because the people were starving, and they knew it could create a big problem. Ossoop was appointed at councils held at Fort Walsh and Qu'Appelle in 1876 and 1877, and he continued to ask the government to treat all members of the Iron Confederacy as one. After Treaty 6 was signed, he asked for the upgrades those signatories had received to be applied to the Treaty 4 signatories. Reports of starvation increased and extra funds were set aside to feed starving people at Qu'Appelle as others continued to travel to the Cypress Hills to hunt buffalo. It appears Cheekuk became frustrated waiting to have his reserve surveyed at Devil's Lake. There is record of the delivery of farming supplies, and part of Pasqua's reserve was used to plant potatoes for Cheekuk's band, government officials claiming Cheekuk had yet to advise where he specifically wanted the reserve. In July 1879, the agent reported Cheekuk wanted his reserve on the north side of the Qu'Appelle, east of Standing Buffaloes. However, no further correspondence on the subject of the reserve has been found until after Cheekuk's March 1880 death. As of January 1881, his followers were still being referred to as Chuchuk's band, though Muscopheating became chief sometime before August that year. So this is a plan of the reserve as surveyed between 1881 and 1882. The survey was conducted by a man called Nelson, and the plan shows, I think you can probably see the number, that it was 58.8 square miles. And you can see at the top, that's the Qu'Appelle River. There's some haylands marked out at the top right. And the surveyor reported that he had met with Chief Muscopheating in November of 1881, and he found that they had already started farming, and they had chosen a spot west of Pasqua on the south side of the Qu'Appelle. Nelson said that it was good quality land, and hay grounds were also selected at that time.
So there's some information about some of Cheekuk's family members. I would say that it's not entirely complete, and it derives from Palis and some other historical documents. It seems that his wife, Machiwanuk, was from the American side of the border, from the Turtle Mountain area. And that Pat Capo, who said that Cheekuk was his grandfather, was descended from Duncan Petacapo. Can you move to the next one?
One thing I would say about this is it's still pretty preliminary.
And Cheekuk had a son. We think he's a son. I mean, he could be a grandson, but he came off of his same ticket, was connected to his ticket, that was murdered in 1900. Okay. So in 1935, Pat Capo and John Anaquad wrote a play, and they had been researching it for a number of years, coming up to the 60th anniversary of the making of Treaty 4. And this is just a little newspaper clipping from 1935, and this newspaper clipping actually was published in a newspaper in Ontario, and it explains that Pat Capo, who produced the play, was the grandson of Cheekuk, which is spelled in this funny way, Cheeecoc, for the article. There's also some information about Muscopheaton's family members. As mentioned, the Palis evidence shows that his father was Tabasa, spelled in various ways, on the Palis, and that he had a son who ended up marrying, sorry, it's small. Yeah, married Muskoquan's daughter. And then Muscopheton's son died, and his child, Muscopheton's grandson, and the child's mother went back to that community. And then that son, whose name was Samuel Fred Akan, became a headman with Muskoquan. Okay. Next. Okay. And just a quick overview of some of the research. So in 1902, there were 2 headmen who died. One of them was Musco Capo, who had been headman since 1875, since the first year of entering treaty. And then the other one was Apiscanu, who'd been appointed in the late 1880s. So both of those men died, and then there were no headmen. And Muscopheton was still chief, but he was getting to be quite old. And a band member lobbied to have him removed, saying that he was too old. And here's a little snippet of a document where it says that the old chief wants us to be in one village, like down the valley. We don't like that. We like to be separated so that we can work better on our farms and not be together at the same time. So in March of 1912, there was a delegation to Winnipeg, and it was said that Muscopheton had asked that he be given a headman to help him carry on with business in the best interest of the band, and also asking that when he died, that a government, that the band would be allowed to appoint another chief so that the position would not die. And he died not that long after that, between the 1913 and 1914 treaty payments. And then there was a headman, that was Pat Capo, from 1915 until 1920. And then, as we heard in the video today, he was deposed, reportedly for drinking a bottle of beer. And then there were no chiefs and no headmen, again, for 25 years, till 1945, which is pretty remarkable. So, on the last slide, just to quickly, because we're just about done here, just to quickly touch on some of the work that we're doing. We're doing some more research on the history of the establishment of the reserve land base and the boundaries and the territorial history of the nation. And we've found some new sources to look at, and we are hoping that those will also shed some more light on the early chiefs and headmen as well. And again, as we said before, hoping that people will be providing information and sharing any documents that they have. And we are hoping to come back and to have some more consultation and to be part of this legacy building project. And lastly, just wanted to mention that we recently were able to look at a source that is kind of exciting. So there is actually a Hudson's Bay Company journal that is housed at Yale University in their rare book and manuscript library that has references to Cheekuk in it, that dates from around the making of treaty. So we have just recently gotten a copy of that. So there's one little snippet here that has reference to Cheekuk coming in from the Forks. Craven. And that's a wrap on what we came to present tonight.
Thank you, Tara and Julia. Julia, thank you. There is a more comprehensive report that they've developed. We will be releasing that once the actual document is complete. As Tara and Julia mentioned, they will be continuing on with some additional research and specifically around the city of Regina and what that looks like. So I just want to thank them again. It's certainly been an opportunity for us as a community to be able to begin this process. And we don't mean to offend anybody out there who may have a different version of events. We ask that you share that information with us because we're able to put together a full picture for all of us. And some of you may have some of you may have other information, but we don't have that. And Tara and Julia don't claim to know everything. These are still steps that we're going through to put the picture together. So we ask that everyone out there who has information, please share that with us. If you have photos, share that, maps, share that, anything else that you think can help put this puzzle together, please share that with us. So please give Joan Holmes and Associates one more round of applause for the great work that they've done. This is still a work in progress, and I want to acknowledge some of our members, Headman Greg Keepness, for all of that good history that many of us, I'm sure, haven't heard, and everyone else in the room. I don't know, Phil Anaquad, also Elder Phil Anaquad, thank you for your participation. I don't know if there's anyone else in the room that participated. Chief Liz Pratt had left, but I want to thank her. Before we close off here, I'm going to ask our elected representatives just to come up and have some closing comments in lieu of Chief Tavita, who as we mentioned, is with her father right now. And again, we ask that every one of you pray for Robert Anaquad Sr. and hold him high and hope that everything works out the way we need to. So Chief Tavita is unable to participate tonight. She's with her family. But I'm going to ask maybe Terrence Capo if you could come up and just say some closing comments on behalf of our leadership, but also Byron Toto and Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff, if you could maybe make your way and say a couple of words. I'd certainly like to hear some of Rhonda's stories that her father would have had shared with her during his time as chief. For those who may not know, Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff, her father was also a chief of our nation, Chief Ron Rosebluff. So I'm sure Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff have some good stories that she's just itching to share with us. But before we get, I'm going to ask Byron Toto to lead us off with some closing comments on behalf of leadership and the council.
First of all, I'd like to thank the elder for the prayer, Brian. I'd like to thank everybody that came out tonight, all our dignitaries, our band members, to come out and experience this information that has come about for us. I myself, this is all new to me, growing up in Muscopheating and not hearing until probably within the last 15 years, maybe less, that Chief Cheekuk was our original chief. So that kind of surprised me hearing that and listening to all the documentation that is being uncovered and some documentation that ain't. I always wonder why Cheekuk was never fully documented the way other chiefs have in the past. You hear Chief Poundmaker being well documented, Chief Pipod being documented. But every time we try search for Chief Cheekuk, we seem to run into roadblocks. So makes me wonder what's being hidden out there on us, especially for our original chief that signed treaty. But all this information, it's very important and it's good to know where we came from and how we originated. And this would be something for us to put together and kind of put into our school and teach our community members and our young ones in school, teach them how we originated and where we came from and how we came about. So again, I'd like to thank you guys all for coming out and experiencing this with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Headman Byron Toto. I'll call on Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff.
Good evening, everybody. I'm sorry I wasn't in the video. I didn't feel I was ready. In our family, we didn't get very much history on Cheekuk. A lot of our history revolves around Ometaway, our great-grandfather, and John Gambler. He was one of the last, he was the very last hereditary chief of Muscopheating. So I'm sorry that I told Mike I couldn't come to be in the video because I didn't learn a whole lot about Cheekuk and all that was going on around that history. But I come from a family of a lot of politicians. My uncle Brian was a chief of Gordon's for many years. My dad was a chief of Muscopheating. My mom served as councilwoman for a number of terms. But I thank each and every one of you for coming out and listening to this evening. And I thank Mike for putting this on. He done a lot of work and he helped us along the way to get this research done. We tend to forget about the people that work for us. We don't recognize them a whole lot. We forget about the elders. We forget about our children needing that history. And today, I'm proud of what he accomplished and all the work that he put into it, along with our chief and council, Phil, and everybody else from MSBD, all our families. And like Byron says, we come against a lot of roadblocks when it comes to Cheekuk and finding that history. And I commend the ladies for doing all the work. When they were doing the work, we would have Zoom calls with them and they would give us a little bit of their findings, and it was so interesting. It was like we wanted to learn more. Each time we heard them as chief and council when they were bringing it forward before this was completed, we wanted so much to learn that history. And it was so interesting. We were almost hungry for it. And I'm thankful for all the work that you've done. I'm kind of at a loss for words this evening. My heart is with Chief Tavita and her family. My prayers are with them. Her dad isn't doing well. And in the next little while, she won't be in the public eye with us. And that's where we come in as a team to work together and asking you members to hold them up in prayer. We thank you, everyone, this evening. Thank each and every one of you elders for coming out, the band members, the kids, to learn that history. That's something that we need our children to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff, and I'll now turn it to Terrence Capo, Headman Terrence Capo.
Good evening, members. First off, I want to thank Nathan for doing the live stream, and you're helping our urban members that ain't here see what's happening here. And I also want to thank my Uncle Jeff for MC. Where's Uncle Jeff? There he is. Thank you. You're always there backing us up and MCing for us. I want to thank the power singers that sang the honor song for us. Thank you guys. You did an excellent job. Mike, thank you for doing your stuff. You do a lot for our nation, and you make us look good. You make yourself look good, and you make the whole community look good all the time. I thank you for that. Anaquad videography, Eric Anaquad, I want to give thank you for doing your part with doing the interviews. I wasn't there. I wasn't around when we did that, but I'm pretty sure I'll be in the next one. Now I want to thank the ladies that did all the research for us and the elders that participated, and you know, you guys did a fantastic job. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank you all for coming out and drive home safe. Thank you.
I just wanted to also give some closing comments on behalf of MSBD and our work that we try and do for the community and our leadership. This was one area, oh, this darn microphone here. This was one area that we prioritized for our community to try and figure out some facts. And yesterday, I had the privilege of attending the 150th commemorative ceremony at Treaty 4 gathering, September 15th, 2024, which marked the 150th year. And yesterday, I felt it was necessary that I attend that function with my bonnet on behalf of Chief Cheekuk, who yesterday, 150 years ago, would have been cautioning everybody, just like the script that Joan Holmes and Associates had me read. He would have been cautioning everybody that day. So I felt it was I was obligated and it was necessary to honor him and show up with my bonnet as a representative of our nation. So it was quite the privilege and opportunity. As we move forward, we will still continue to try and put this puzzle together. And I know there's a lot more information out there, and we ask that you bring that forward. And this is a celebration for us. We're celebrating what little information we know. We will have a more comprehensive report available for you in the next coming months. And as Joan Holmes and Associates completes their second portion, it'll be a nice document for all of us to share. And we will bring that event right to the community next time that's complete. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you this evening. These are my closing comments on behalf of the Chief and Council, Chief Tavita, Headwoman Rhonda Rosebluff, Headman Barry Campo, Headman Terrence Campo, Headman Byron Toto, and Headman Thomas Pratt. We thank you for coming, and we will still continue to do the best we can for you as a community. So on behalf of Muscopheating Chief and Council, we thank you. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. I'll turn it over to Jeff Capel.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one more card here, and I believe I found out the amounts. They're on the back. They're $150, and we have a name here. Headman Terrence Capel pulled a name. It wasn't me. So the winner for this one here, the door prize, is Brielle Grennan. Brielle Grennan. That's one of those. We can pull another one. She's gone. We're gonna pull another one. She's not here. She was here because I had met her, but she's gone.
The winner is. Oh, son of a gun. Oh, that's got to be the last one then.
Chloe Kashane.
That's good enough, yes.
Okay, once again, thank you very much. We have a great time here and learning about the history of our reserve here. Again, I didn't know a lot of this history. I listened to the elders here that were sharing some of their stories. My late father never shared the stories with me here, but again, just knowing and listening and hearing some of the things about Cheekuk. I heard a lot of things about the treaty, about the adhesions that he had done with us in 1875. I was sharing those yesterday with some people. Actually, it's a funny story. I was walking around out there, and they're calling me Chief Capo, and I said, never been a chief. I said, not even in my own home. And I was good. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Chief Brian McNabb said a safe safe travels home prayer. That's what I'm trying to say. Chief Brian McNabb already blessed us with that. Thank you. Travel safe, and we will see you very, very shortly. Thank you to Nathan Arias from IOPS for providing the live stream for us. Hi. Part of Chief and Council's commitment to open communication and live streaming. So, ladies and gentlemen, have a great